Okay. Let's see, testing the sound. Okay. I'm going to do an adjustment. All right, microphone. I can back that volume down 90 to 80. Sorry. Sorry, friends, I'm still sick. And I'm trying to adjust the microphone because I've making the timestamps and looking at my own video yesterday. I realized there's a lot of paper rustling sounds that were never in my stream before, and I'm not sure if it's getting this new headset together or if I really have to just change my settings back towards more like they were before. Let's see, why is my cam like that? Excuse me. Okay. What? Okay. Yeah, that would help if you'd mute yourself. Thank you. Sorry, C-Probe is here, and I just heard my own voice coming in through his speakers. So he's over here borrowing my internet again. Hey, Christopher, how are you doing? Okay, so I will try to fix the sound. I'm still sick. My throat just, man, that was a bad idea to speak that long the other day, but I wanted to go live, and I was ready to at 5 this morning when I woke up, but I heard about the mid-air collision, and I went about trying to learn everything I could about it. Now, this is ironically well, what happened, if anybody is not aware, is yesterday in Riverside County by Banning, where they had a somewhat minor fire. It was a structure fire that spread into vegetation. 2 helicopters, 2 firefighting helicopters with CAL FIRE did a mid-air collision. They collided. One of them landed safely, and that's got to be a miracle. Sikorsky did, and the other one did not land safety. It looks like it just shattered on the ground. The Fox News aerial footage of that, you could see the top rotor on the ground, but I don't recognize any other wreckage. I don't know if they had removed it by that time because the Fox News footage shows it after dark, and it did not occur after dark. In fact, there's some confusion about the exact time that it happened, and I think the media got confused by this. What I'm about to show you, this they did a live stream and uploaded this at midnight, though, and essentially the Riverside County here, I think they're talking about when the fire started, because that was like the 6 o'clock hour. The actual crash occurred around 7:02 Pacific, if the FAA's report is to be believed. I went and pulled that up, and it says, 2:07, excuse me, so that would be about 7:07 p.m. Pacific, because that's Zulu time, which means UTC, Greenwich Mean Time, But this is a typo here. It says 2 total fatalities, and we know that there were 3 fatalities. So while the pilot seems to have been uninjured in the Sikorsky and somehow managed to land the Bell 407 helicopter, I want to make sure that I'm on the right page here so I get all the info correct. Yeah, the Bell 407 helicopter just seems obliterated, and all 3 died on board. So the victims were a CAL FIRE division chief, a CAL FIRE captain, and the pilot who was contracted with CAL FIRE. So I want to play just a snippet of their official release. And like I said, I just went to broadcastify, and I did download and listen to 2 different sets of 30 minutes of their archive footage from yesterday. And thank you for your kind donations. That's how I can view the archive footage from broadcastify. I have to pay for that subscription. So I want to start out my streams, with thanking everybody who keeps us going and keeps me fed. This is my full-time, it's not really a job, but volunteer work that I do, and I basically take the summer months off so I can sit down at a moment's notice and go live, sometimes for weeks on end during these fires. This is the third year of doing it, so I'm very grateful and thank you for your kind donations. It's almost like a cursed day. The 5th of August, I wanted to mention real quick, put this in perspective, was another tragic day for helicopter crashes. August 5th, 2008, there was a tragedy in Oregon where Jim Ramage, I hope I'm saying his name correctly, and members of the Grayback Forestry crew crashed in a helicopter. And as far as I could tell, there was a cover-up with that accident with maintenance records or something, and somebody was convicted and received some jail time. I don't know too much about it. I just saw this. It was the Iron 44 fire, and I guess it's called the Iron 44 tragedy. So the other victims are Brian Rich, Matthew Hammer, David Steele, Stephen Renault, Edric Gomez, Scott Charleston, Sean Blazer, 79, yeah, and apart from, Jim Ramage and Roark Schwanenberg. Roark, I'm sorry if I'm saying their names wrong. So this is like, there were some anniversary things posted, and just for the very next day to have another major helicopter crash is kind of chilling. So why was a Bell 407 on a wildfire job? Well, the thumbnail picture that I created is the actual aircraft in question. So they were the eyes in the sky, basically. They were not air attack. I've been listening to the broadcastify, and air attack is the person speaking the most, and he's not the person who's dead. He is probably in an airplane. So there's other people that observe and try to coordinate with things. So it's pretty common. I see a lot of times that sometimes Bell helicopters are like bucket droppers, and sometimes they transport people, and sometimes they help observe. The thing with fixed wing aircraft is they can't hover, of course, and so this is a mountain pass with high winds and such. Sometimes they need to be at a certain altitude, and the helicopter can go lower and hover and observe things. And there's a variety of reasons for that to be in place. So I will show you another picture of that helicopter in question. This that's the Sikorsky. The Sikorsky made it. Now this aircraft, November 555 Alpha Sierra, is the Bell 407. Where is that picture? I may have to go back to go forward. Come on. It was on Flight Radar. Bear with me. Oh, back. Click. Oh, okay. Flight Radar is not showing when. I'll show you the where I picked it up off this. Excuse me. This is it. This is a old news article about banning airports. So that's the helicopter in question. I don't know if it's gray or painted with CAL FIRE stuff. All I see is that it's gray in all of its former photos. So this is the exact helicopter in question, and I don't recognize any bit of it. I couldn't looking at the actual crash scene video, which I'm not going to show. It's grainy and you can't see anything anyway. You see a bunch of rocks, a bunch of black burned up grass. Then you see the rotor. You see the white and the red stripes on the rotor. The rotor is the only thing you can recognize from a helicopter, and it just looks like somebody just put a rotor there on the landscape. It doesn't look like a crash scene at all. Just looks like a grass fire, and all of a sudden there's a helicopter rotor there. So I don't know what the deal is with that. If it broke up in midair and the pieces rained, if there was a big debris field, um, if some of them caused the fire, if maybe the rotor hitting the rocks caused the fire and the main fuselage is somewhere else. But I mean, there's just a couple of seconds of a clip on Fox News of some aerial footage that's after dark. But once again, this crash did not happen after dark, and no, it didn't happen at 6 p.m. I think I just put my 2 cents in with Blanco Lirio's channel. He's going to do the best job covering this that I know of. I'm sure later there will be Air Safety Institute videos and other good YouTubers that do this sort of thing. He's the best and most sensitive. If you go to the Blanco Lirio channel with Juan Brown. But his video so far is for Patreon's viewing only. So when David came over, David's one of his Patreons, C-Pro. So he showed me that video. But he had it occurring around 6 or something p.m. And like I said, as soon as you start playing this video from Riverside, they were talking about the incident and not really being clear, but these helicopters responded to a fire. And so I believe 6 o'clock or so is when it started. Looking at watch duty, I believe that's 6:32 p.m. The fire is 3 to 5 acres with 2 structures involved. Localized evacuations underway. Now this, I hate having been absent yesterday, but man, I was quite sick, so I just did another marathon sleep. I'm feeling better after the rest, but I'm not 100% yet, so I hope you guys bear with me. So it stood about 3 acres. It was a structure fire that spread to vegetation. So I'll show you the little video clip, and then I can show you the routes that both aircraft took. Uncle Lirio, whenever his video goes public, he imported the KML, which is the tracks, like the geolocation tracks. Like if you go hiking and you hit the button to record where you're going on your cell phone, that would usually be a KML file or a KMZ. And it's just a series of latitude and longitude that draws a line on any map. You can import it into any map. So he imports it into a 3D view of Google Earth, and I'm not going to get that fancy. I don't cover aircraft crashes, except of course when they relate to firefighting. It's just not my specialty. I'll leave that to the people who do that best. So what I'm just saying is he has the time wrong. I made a comment. He might fix his video, or I don't know. But it's easy to get confused. So I'm going to just play this real quick. Not the whole 9 minutes. It's terrible audio. You can't hear any of the journalists' questions. And so, I mean, we don't even need to know about that yet. Here it is. Wait.
I'm the Southern Region Chief for CAL FIRE. Spelling of my last name is Fulcher. Tragically, I'm here to talk about an incident that occurred yesterday afternoon at approximately 6:03 in the evening. CAL FIRE and Riverside County Fire Department resources were dispatched to a reported structure fire near the intersection of Broadway Street and Esperanza Avenue in the community of Cabazon. Shortly after the arrival of the first engine company, it was reported that the fire had extended into the vegetation, and a full wildland fire dispatch was initiated, which included fixed-wing and rotary-wing aircraft. While engaged in the firefight, 2 helicopters collided. The first helicopter was able to land safely nearby. Unfortunately, the second helicopter crashed, and tragically, all 3 members perished, which included 1 CAL FIRE division chief, 1 CAL FIRE fire captain, and 1 contract pilot. The crash caused an additional 4-acre fire, which was extinguished. On behalf of Chief Bill Weiser, Director Joe Tyler, and myself, I would like to express our deepest sympathies and sorrow to the family and coworkers of the personnel. This was a tragic loss for the community, the fire service community in CAL FIRE and Riverside County Fire Department. I would also like to thank the following departments and agencies for assisting us during this tragic event: Riverside County Sheriff's Office, California Highway Patrol, the U.S. Forest Service, and the Morongo Fire Department. And finally, and although this was a tragic event, we are also thankful today that it wasn't worse. The individuals in the first helicopter were able to land safely without incident, and no one else was hurt. We think about this and how it affects the families. We have lost 3 great individuals, 3 fathers, 3 husbands, 3 friends, 3 sons, 3 daughters. Excuse me, not daughters, but daughters have lost their fathers, sons have lost their fathers. And we want to tell everyone, while the sacrifice should not be in vain, that we think about them. We will be there to support them. We will be there today, and I can express that Chief Bill Weiser has met with 2 of the family members, and we are working on meeting with the 3rd. We just want to let them know that we're there for them in this time of need, and we'll be there for them in the future. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I've been struggling to fix the audio. It's pretty terrible, and I don't know who the heck's rattling a whole bunch of sheet metal in the background, but I would go over there and give them a piece of my mind if I was on that movie set, you know. There's no sign language or anything, but I don't think turning on captions or anything matters. I don't know if there's anything else important to watch from this.
Can you explain?
Let's just check.
Each of the helicopters, the Sikorsky is the one that made the hard landing. Was it?
It is. You won't be able to hear them. The media question is, can you explain the helicopters? The Sikorsky is the one that made the hard landing.
Carrying retardant or water, had it already dropped its load?
Was he carrying water? Retardant? Had he already dropped his load?
Unfortunately, we're still being investigated in what it was, where it was, and how it was. So we'll have to wait for the NTSB to finish their investigation for the facts.
Okay, so but were both the Sikorsky and the Bell engaged in water dropping or retardant dropping, or was the Bell the ATC?
So the
Yes, is the Bell just the ATC, like air traffic control in the sky? Or were they both water dropper?
The Bell helicopter itself was an observer and coordinator. It was what we call a helco, while the Sikorsky Sky Crane was a water-dropping helicopter. However, I cannot confirm whether it was dropping retardant or water.
And then
Now, at the crash site, there's a bunch of red retardant everywhere. Where that little grass fire area is shown in the media with the rotor kind of sitting on a hillside nearby. So that's weird. I don't know how it got there. It's probably that other aircraft did that to contain the helicopter crash fire. So that's what people are going to be scratching their heads at, like when they watch the, like say the Fox News footage. They'd be like, well, you'd assume with the amount of red everywhere that a copter with retardant on board went down. But listening to the 1 hour of the dispatch, they did ground the planes. I'll talk about that in a second, but I believe they got them back up online, and I believe that's where the retardant came from. I don't think retardant got sprayed by, say, ground vehicles. It's splattered far up a hillside, so I think at some point firefighting aircraft was allowed to take wing again.
Could you confirm who has the helicopter? So the Bell, is that CAL FIRE's property?
So both helicopters were under exclusive agreement with CAL FIRE, so they were contract aircraft.
Both were contract aircraft?
Yes.
And then the only CAL FIRE employees were the two that were on the Bell.
That's correct.
So everybody else, including the Sikorsky, were contract pilots.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so what he's saying is, and you know what? I don't blame him, but when your media people don't have a microphone, you have to repeat their question so people know what you're saying. If you're just going to say, yes, So what the media guy is saying in the crowd is he's asking, who the particulars of who the pilots were. Both of the pilots were contractors, but they had exclusive contracts with CAL FIRE. And then the other, one pilot survived in the Sikorsky. The other pilot, of course, perished with the two passengers he had, the CAL FIRE captain and the division chief on board. So, but both pilots involved were private contractors, and they're not saying which company.
How many were on the Sikorsky?
On the Sikorsky, there were two.
Two.
I didn't know that. I didn't know the two people were aboard the Sikorsky, but later in the broadcastify, they said no injuries on that one.
Then can you characterize the fire and what the call was initially? How many acres, fuels, and that kind of thing?
Just can you please describe the initial fire, like how many acres and the kind of fuels involved?
So I can tell you that the fire originally originated in a structure, the first fire that the resources responded to, which was called I believe that would be the Bonita fire.
Bonita, B-O-N-I-T-A.
That had spread to the wildland. I cannot express or define what type of wildland, whether it was heavy shrub grass or not, but it's the typical grass and vegetation in the Cabazon area. And then the second one was called I think it was the Broadway. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm reversed. Broadway was the first fire. Bonita was the second fire that was resulted from the crash.
Got it. So that's where we saw the two crews on us in kind of opposite ends, then, right? Okay.
Yes.
So the media person saying, okay, understood. So that's why we've got the crews on opposite ends, the two different responding crews on opposite ends of the area from each other.
There were homes near where the two helicopters went down?
I cannot speak
He just asks, were there any homes where the helicopters went down?
to that right now.
I'm sorry?
I cannot
He goes, I don't know.
speak to that right now.
Okay. So the structure fire started the Broadway fire.
That's correct.
He said, did the structure fire cause the Broadway fire? He goes, that's correct.
And when you say structure, is that a home, a building, an outbuilding?
That hasn't been released yet, so I don't have that information.
Saying, what kind of structure? Was it a home or an outbuilding?
And were there any injuries associated with that?
Not that I'm aware of.
No injuries associated with that initial fire.
Were people at home at the time?
I do not have that information.
Let me go back one sec.
I'm aware of.
Were people at home at the time?
Were people at home at the time?
I do not have that information.
Of the fatalities, were there, how many were fire firefighters?
2.
And the third
Was a contract pilot.
Yeah, I think what she just said is how many people were on board the one that crashed, and the one with all the fatalities. So he basically says 2, and then he says and the pilot. So he's got to be talking about the Bell.
So you don't know whether they were, both of them were loaded or not? I mean, in terms of retardant?
Well, the smaller aircraft didn't have retardant on it. That's an observation and coordination. That's the ELCO. And I cannot speak to whether or not the sky crane was full of water or retardant at the time of the crash.
Were those the only 2 aircraft you had? Well, you said you had fixed wing as well, right?
No, those were not the only 2 aircraft.
He goes, were those the only 2 aircraft you had, or you had fixed wing, right?
Assigned.
Okay. Well, you said you had fixed wing as well, right?
No, those were not the only 2 aircraft assigned.
Okay.
So at the time of the incident, there was 1 air attack, 2 fixed wing, which were tankers, 1 CAL FIRE helicopter, and the other 2 helicopters.
So that's a lot of air.
He's saying 1 CAL FIRE helicopter, and the 2 contractors. So I guess, the Sikorsky, though, is in livery of CAL FIRE, I believe. Yeah. November 4037 Sierra is in CAL FIRE livery. And it was the one involved with the collision. You'd see that it takes off here and it doesn't land anywhere but this hillside point where the impact occurred. I'll show you that in a minute. So I'm a little puzzled by that response.
Air power for brush fire, so was it spreading fast?
No, that's not an uncommon dispatch for a wildland fire to send those resources.
Ouch. Now, if you think my paper wrestling in front of a microphone is bad, that just blew my ears out. I'm going to go back a second.
Air power for brush fire, so
Which were tankers. At the time of the incident, there was one air attack, 2 fixed wing, which were tankers, 1 CAL FIRE helicopter, and the other 2 helicopters.
that's a lot of air power for brush fire, so
So the media guy is asking, like, that seems like a lot of air power for a brush fire.
was it spreading fast?
Was it spreading fast?
No, that's not an uncommon dispatch for a wildland fire to send those resources.
Yeah, if he knew the area, yeah, that's it was good to pounce on it with that many aircraft because Banning in the Cabazon area is in a big wind tunnel. It's a big mountain pass to Palm Springs, and like where everywhere else might be a dead calm, like it's routinely has 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts, like just blitzing through there. So there's a massive potential for spread. In fact, the cameras we've already covered a couple of those fires. I think we did on the 4th of July. The Axis David 1 camera we were watching, and it caught an actual burst of illegal fireworks that started a wildfire on the 4th of July. That's the last time I distinctly remember looking, but there's been a couple of small fires since. It's just wherever you have a lot of wind, you're going to get fire out of control really fast. It doesn't mean this area has more fires than anywhere else. I mean, fires in every county happen like every day. Every county in most of the states of the union. Even Portland's been having vegetation fires every day, but being a generally kind of a wet environment, Portland's fires don't generally get out of control. Even though it's on the Columbia River Gorge, the high winds are further east of Portland. And it's a totally different story, like what we saw with the Newell fire with Klickitat County in the Hood River area. That had a fire and just became a gigantic Newell fire because of the high winds. So that's why if you look at watch duty again and again and again, there's these flames showing because there's active, fires near Banning and Cabazon. Firefighters know this stuff. They know their own backyard. So if anybody gets a report of even a minor thing happening, they know that it can get really big because it's just that wind-prone area. So they're going to do a robust response. So I don't know why the media is asking this question. Like, that seems like a lot of helicopters. Are you not from here?
Can you talk about the rarity of this happening? It's usually a collision like that is very rare, isn't it?
You know what? This was a collision, so I can't speak to the rarity of that. All we know is it's a tragic incident, and that NTSB will be investigating it.
Can you tell us, in chief, if the on the bell was it the CAL FIRE pilot at the controls, or was it the contractor?
It was a contract pilot.
It was at the controls.
That's correct.
Didn't you write that down the first time? Sorry. It's just like, okay.
And then NTSB on scene, is a go team here now?
No, they're en route.
They're on their route.
Yeah, so the investigators are en route, the NTSB, but this was uploaded sometime around midnight. So remember I woke up at 5 in the morning and it said Riverside County Fire uploaded something 5 hours ago. So this could be the middle of the night, this press release briefing. I don't know. Since it sometimes takes a while to edit. This video doesn't look edited, but for somebody to upload it, maybe this meeting was like at 9 or 10 at night.
And then when would the next update be? Do you think?
We'll follow up in the morning with an update.
Same here.
In the morning, we'll follow up with an update.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I haven't seen an update. I've been checking their channel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oh man, I don't know what the heck was rattling that metal rattling sound. That was some bad audio, but I figured I would share that with you guys. And like I said, this strangely ironic, the day before, the 5th, was the anniversary of one of the worst helicopter tragedies and big organ tragedy. You know, it's one of the biggest, saddest things to happen in American firefighting. I mean, death of 9 people on board a single helicopter. Now, I did a little bit of research, but not enough to comment on this. But somebody went to, I think they got 12 years of jail time or prison time. This aircraft may not have been worthy in the 2008 incident here, the Grayback Forestry Crew incident. And somebody started cooking the books before and after. So they got caught, though. Maybe some other time we can look at this tragedy, but I just think it's ironic that it's almost the same day, you know, the same anniversary there. So I wanted to show you guys the wind tunnel I'm talking about. This is Banning. Banning, Cabazon is right next to each other. Cabazon is also where those big dinosaurs are. Just do Cabazon, California. It shows you. These are world famous. I think I was there when I was a child. I can't remember what it's called, but they're concrete dinosaurs made at like the 1920s, and then there's ladders inside of them, and you can go up and look out of his mouth and stuff. Yeah, they added some over time. There's a Brontosaurus, I think, which they tried to turn into a hotel for a bit. I think it's a gift shop now. You can see the nature of the mountain pass here. All mountain passes and canyons, they funnel wind, just like sticking your finger in a garden hose. When you narrow something that's traveling, it accelerates faster. Becomes a stronger stream, right? So, you know, you can see they put windmills there, a whole smack dab a little farm of them over there. So, like I said, it's got hills and stuff nearby, and so if fire got towards the hills, that would become a nightmare. So they would rush to stop it if it's ever on flatlands. So the area where the fire occurred, see that it's on the edge of town. That's Broadway Street and Esperanza right there. This is an accurate location. See how close it is to the hills, or it could just get up in there, race up, climb. Wind changes directions, and soon you could lose this entire neighborhood on this plateau. That's east of Esperanza Avenue. I don't know if these people were the ones that were evacuated. Broadcastify is not saying. But the helicopters crashed approximately right over here, west of the incident, where these hills are. So I'm going to show you right now the this is live traffic. It's live flight radar, but I did find both aircraft, and you can hit the play button and see their final flights. Thank you for your kind donations. This also costs me money. The Flight Radar 24 subscription, so you can play back historical flights. So you can see that Blanco Lirio explained the airport they took off of. I don't remember what it is, but it's over by Hemet, Hemet, and it takes off. Now the Sikorsky is taking a pretty direct route. It kind of has a snorkel, and I did hear on the broadcastify air attack person was speaking about how he could show the helicopters the dips. That would mean the dip sites, like where's a good approved place to dump your snorkel down and suck up water. These things have like an internal tank, and they actually have a snorkel, like a mosquito nose that'll suck up water, like a mosquito sucks up blood, right? Now, Um, that's usually that could be anything from ponds and lakes and rivers to even backyard swimming pools if they're skilled. Now, Sikorsky's snorkel isn't very long, so I wouldn't think that that would be swimming pool. You know, that's usually something if they're holding a bucket, but these usually just use the snorkel and use a bigger body of water. But if they're already at an airport that has retardant, they may just be filling up right there. So I don't know if it was a retardant or a water laden, vehicle, but it makes a hard landing on site. This is about the section where they did the collision. So Boncalerio, his David CPro already put that link in the chat. Has already put this stuff and shows where they cross. And in his video, it's not so much a straight line as they collide right around here. There's a hard left turn, and then he sets down, and then apparently it's a hard landing. Now it's approximately 7:02 p.m. when this happens, and nobody's aware about this for quite some time. This happened so far away from the actual fire, which is here by Esperanza and Broadway right here. So that's miles away. Don't know what the visibility would be like at like 7 p.m. But it's already 30 minutes at least into the fire. So other aircraft are circling and they're doing things. Air attack is completely blissfully unaware of this. I don't think that he's the one who. In fact, I don't know exactly what air attack does. We'll just have to ask the experts. He will order people around and coordinate, but I don't know which vehicle is supposed to be in charge of keeping track of where everybody is. And heartbreakingly, even after the crash, because if this crash occurred at 7:02, by 7:11 p.m., they say on broadcastify that the different aircraft need to be at different flight levels, which is different altitudes. That's how they prevent these sort of things. If all of your aircraft are working at a different altitude, then they don't collide, right? So Juan Brown's question, I think everybody's question is why were they the exact same altitude and why did they collide? So at around 7:11 p.m., air attack says 3,000 and below with copter 201. Now the tankers are working 4,000, which means 4,000 feet elevation. Air attack working 5,500, 5,500 feet. So I think, according to Juan Brown's thing, they were approximately 3,000 elevation, both of them. And that would be what the copters are supposed to be at. But why all of them? You would think that an observation copter would be at a different altitude than, say, the working water copters. So I don't really want to speculate right now, but if the water dropping copters are supposed to be at 3,000, I would hope that the policy is that for observation helicopters would be at a different altitude. But I don't know how it works. If anybody does know how it works, go ahead and tell me. Hey Terry, hey, that's you're watching from the UK. Yeah, isn't this sad? I'm gonna look at chat real quick. I'm gonna make sure it's on live chat instead of top chat. I hate it when YouTube does that. Hey, unofficial Washington, welcome. Sorry, I was trying to translate for the low volume there. If CPro, if you want to share that link again for people that just came in, that would be awesome. Yeah, unofficial Washington State wildfire awareness says, I've been so happy I reached an audience of 175 people on Twitter. Good job. And today marked exactly 1 month of being on Twitter. I totally forgot to put the fact that I was live on Twitter. Oh well. I can't be bothered right now. So, but congrats. Red pieces, the black lines across their badges are called mourning bands. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, right. Oh, that's sad. Wow. I assumed that was like a harness or something. That is sad. That's yeah. It's like turning the boots around in the stirrup during a funeral. for generals and presidents and such, or wearing a poppy or something for Veterans Day. Yeah, a good observation. I didn't know about that. Yeah, the Venturi effect, is that what you were talking about, the winds in the Cabazon area, Brad P? So, yeah, thanks for the sympathy. It's good to see you, Terry. Sebastian said hi. What a sad incident. I know. And almost to the day, one day after the anniversary of the fatal crash where 9 people were killed in Oregon in 2008. That was August 5th. So, yeah, Jack, it is sad, isn't it? So C-Probe says there are strict rules for separation by altitude, also fixed wing fly opposite patterns to the rotorcraft. By opposite patterns, I guess what you're saying is clockwise for fixed wing, counterclockwise directions for helicopters. I imagine that's what that means. Yeah, thanks for sharing that video again. Now, he'll do a better analysis. He may have the time wrong, but I don't think he has anything else wrong, unless he's fixed his video. I watched the Bronco Aerial video earlier. So he's a pilot. He'll know what the heck is going on. He pals around with the CAL FIRE people. I hope he didn't know this particular pilot that died. He's made videos where he's made videos on his own dead friends. It's just it's sad. It's a small tight knit community. So I want to show you the flight path of the other one, the fatal, the one that crashed into obliteration. So, like I said, this is an authentic picture of the aircraft. I don't know if it was still colored gray at the time, but you can see that it's more equipped for viewing. It's got nice big windows and doors. This bell, so they can look out and observe the fire. There's a lot of media helicopters are like this, with it kind of reminds you of like Apocalypse Now, the Huey helicopters of the war, similar in design actually. And you know how they would lean out the door with like giant machine guns and such, strapped in. Well, the media does that with cameras. So it's a very popular kind of helicopter. It's a Bell 407. Not that I know my helicopters. So that is exactly what it looked like. But like I said, looking at the wreckage, it was dark by the time Fox News got out there, or whoever got out there and they acquired the footage. All you could see is the rotors. Like I did not even see a recognizable fuselage or any recognizable debris. I don't know if it broke up in the air. I don't know if it crashed and smashed, or there's a fireball or what, but I wouldn't imagine that there would be a fireball because nobody reported that, at least through dispatch. In fact, they start talking and they keep talking and they keep talking in this. I could play some of the audio for you guys later. They just talk about lining up new aircraft as they're coming in. Somebody says, I'm a bit late, so hold the fixed wing, please, because I need to get there first. Air Attack is talking about bringing in new aircraft, asking people about their ETA, and I'm not sure, but at some points I think he asks for the helicopters to respond and gets no response. But sometimes you just can't hear all of the aircraft. Maybe he's hearing them, but we're not, because the broadcastify, like I said, is ham radio operators, volunteers who are uploading just 1 or 2 frequencies, and sometimes other aircraft are too far away from the ham radio operator to record the whole thing. In fact, there's many times when you can tell that the aircraft are so far away, it's just a bunch of crackly gobbledygook. And they get clearer, their voices get clearer as they get closer to wherever the ham radio operator is who's recording this stuff. So at one point they switched to Command 3 channel. And so we stopped hearing a lot of the chatter. All the ground units, as they get closer to the Broadway incident, which was the first fire, they switched to Command 3. And so I looked at Broadcastify, trying to figure out, do we have a Command 3 for Riverside County, California? It doesn't look like we do. Where I got all of my audio was CAL FIRE Riverside County West. CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire West. And unfortunately, it's a stereo feed. So the left channel audio is dispatch and response channels on or that was right side. Left side is command and TAC channels. But which TAC channels? I don't know. TAC means tactical. So we switched to tactical 3, but I don't think tactical 3 was coming across. I'm really not sure. So unfortunately, when you're listening live, I've got a control panel thanks to your kind donations, and I can turn off one side, turn on the other, listen to both. But as soon as one starts speaking, if they talk over each other, I can turn off one side for clarity. However, I downloaded this stuff. It's an archive feed from yesterday, so they talk over each other, and there's no way to stop that. I think it's a mono upload, so there's no, turning off left or right doesn't matter because it's mono. Same feed coming through both, so we can't. We don't have the ability to separate them out and understand everything that's being said. So I would like to show you the last flight of November 555 Alpha Sierra. So their flight pattern looks like this. They leave the same airport that the Sikorsky does. I can't tell you exactly what time because this, like, part of the data is missing. So just like Juan Brown says, they make a loop. I don't know what they're looking at, in the foothills here on their way there. They could be looking at something on the ground. But they could just be trying to avoid other aircraft. They could be waiting for their line in the pattern. There could be a terrible miscommunication at this point. I wish there was a smoking gun audio for us to listen to, but there really isn't. I have not listened to the entire half hour before the crash occurs. But unfortunately, this loop may have doomed them because they take off, I think, before the Sikorsky does. But they loop. And if you look at the Sikorsky's pattern, it doesn't loop. It goes direct. So maybe if they just didn't do that loop, they would have been fine. I don't know. But two helicopters being at exactly the same altitude is extremely risky anyway. So you can see that the Sikorsky, somewhere right about here, near Westward Avenue, and they talk about Westward Avenue getting to the quote second fire, the second incident, which is the Bonita incident, is what they call it. I believe, I remember them saying take Westward Avenue to that incident, which means a helicopter crash site. But they don't know it's a helicopter crash site. They never even say that. They seem to be unaware of that on Broadcastify. They just seem to say that getting another call, there's another fire. And so I never hear the words crash. I never hear, a 10 code like a 1050 is, police code for a car accident. Oh, it just 1050. You'll hear cops exclaim stuff like that. I don't know what an aircraft code is, but I never heard a 10 code to begin with. So when they say ground all the aircraft, they don't even, I don't think Air Attack even knows what the heck's happening yet. And I don't think the ground crews knew that it was a helicopter crash. Maybe just the rotor sticking out of the dirt gave them that clue. Like I said, it's not after dark. It's around 7:02 p.m. if the FAA is correct, but it may not be correct. It says there's only 2 fatalities. We know there were 3. So later on in the recording, and I can play this a little bit for you, they talk about making positive contact with 37 Sierra. They're set down on the west side of Cabazon. No injuries. On 37 Sierra, the second helicopter. Now, I kept listening, and so the end of the second half an hour chunk of Broadcastify, they do not mention a first helicopter or what became of it. So they're still talking about, there's all kinds of chaos going on. There's 2 different car accidents that happened at the same time. I think one is an accident with a golf cart, another one's with a semi truck. There's a different call for some sort of another structure fire, or there's confusion about it. It may be that some of the responding firefighters think that the Bonita incident is a structure fire. Like, there's a lot of strange kind of back and forth, and all of it's so garbled I can't really understand. Now, Air Attack keeps calling himself Broadway and Bravo alternately, so I don't know. And then they seem to be saying the word Paris, like somebody has been giving the designation of Paris, which, okay, whatever. Maybe they just have their own secret language for this stuff. I thought it was Firis, Firis, which is the kind of helicopter that can do infrared, and get that reconnaissance. But I don't think that this Bell was a Firis helicopter. I just don't know. We're going to get these answers a lot later. So Terry says, I think there's been 4 collisions in the last 2 months. Really? Yeah. And Brad P says, regarding the Venturi effect, yes, that's how the wind velocity increases when going to a narrow passage. Thank you. Cool. I'll have to write that down. So, Christopher says, hey, just FYI, there's another fire that broke out, a 330 fire. All right, we're going to take a quick look at that then. I'll play some of this audio if you want me to. I do have timestamps. We can go directly to it. But I do want to keep on top of other fires and do a roundup. So I'm going to keep some timestamps on the stream. So if you haven't noticed the last stream, I put a million timestamps in the description, and then it made little chapters for the video. I was always wondering why the chapters weren't showing up, because I said auto-generate the chapters, and it never did anything. YouTube, that feature seems to be broken. So anyway, guys, it's 52 minutes into the stream. Like, I don't know how that happens. So 52:17, then we talk about other fires. We check on other fires. Now, I really have a lot to do today. I've been sick. I mean, after I logged off my other stream, I just basically hit the pillow. I rolled around in fever and stuff for a bit and haven't been productive whatsoever. So I'm gonna go do that. The Broadway fire was what these aircraft that collided were responding to. Now I want to make sure that yeah, that's a 330 fire right there. That was something came around 5 hours ago. Initial size of 2 to 3 acres and light flashy fuels. No structures threatened per earlier radio traffic. Fire visible on the cameras. You know what, guys? I feel bad that I didn't wake up early enough, because I think the helicopter crash could have been caught by a camera. I'm thinking that this one, Mount David 1, was facing the correct direction. Now it's got dirt all over it, of course. Now this was the one where on the 4th of July, I believe, the fireworks went off, boom, and it was bizarre. This camera only takes a picture like every 1 minute or every 30 seconds, and it caught a firework in the midst of its burst. That is so difficult. I mean, that's so strange for that to occur on the time lapse. Either that, or they were lighting off a lot of fireworks at once, and just one of them got caught. Because what are the odds of the exact moment the firework bursts that the camera catches it? So the 4th of July, this is the exact same camera that we were looking at when we saw that image. And this is the exact same spot where that previous fire was. You can still see the fire all over the landscape, the burned up landscape from the 4th of July. It is the dumbest thing in the world to put illegal fireworks here in the wind tunnel, mountain passage. Idiots. But there were several fireworks caused wildfires here. They pounced on them on the 4th of July. I mean, what else can you do? So the bad thing about this is that incident happened more than 12 hours ago. We don't have a 24-hour time lapse option. So what we could try to do is ask if they have archives and if they caught the crash with this camera. This is the time lapse of 12 hours, the best thing that we can get at this point in time. Friends, if I'm ever asleep or anything and you can do this, you think something may have occurred in front of a camera, like a plane crash or something unusual, what you can do is hit this time lapse button. And as long as you don't refresh the page, you should be able to play this over and over and over again. And you can be able to capture, you can capture it. And while there's no save button, I don't think, I could walk you through how to record it. You know, that's what really bothers me is you just can't rewind in time to see this stuff. Now, I don't think we're seeing it. I think it would be up on those hills. I'm not really sure about this landscape, but I'm thinking right about here might be where it occurred. Those hills are steeper than I thought. So, okay, looking back, hey Debbie Meeks, how are you? And hey Smitty, how are you? Hey Big Dog, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Appreciate your time. Sad situation. Yeah, God, it really is. So I want to make sure that I did check this. Other cameras that could have caught this crash could have been the Ranger Peak 1 or 2 if it was looking closer to Banning. So this is, aha, okay. Wait a second. That's Beaumont. Banning. Yeah, it might be just out of view, but pretty far away. Unless there was a fireball, I don't know that the David, Axis David 1 or 2 could have caught this. If the Ranger Peak 1 or 2 are looking the correct direction, they could have. Possibly, but bigger, Barker Peak may be in the way. Now, is that high tension power lines? That could be a complicating factor in this. I want to go back to CalTopo. Did high tension power lines perhaps play a factor in how they navigated around here? Where's Cabazon? Excuse me, friends. Just want to take a quick peek. We'll look at the 330. Where the heck do we go? All right, what was that? Broadway and Esperanza. How do you spell that? Yeah, Cabazon. I don't know how to spell anything, especially not anything Spanish. Okay, I'm from California. I should know. Esperanza. I did it. Sorry, just whacked the mic. I did it. Okay, so it was Broadway and Esperanza. That does look like high tension power lines. At least. Yep. See these? So, what a miracle and a half that they made it. They're of course around 3,000 feet-ish, but they were flying over and near and crashed right next to high tension power lines. Jeez. So if we put fire activity on all satellites, I was hoping that the crash site would be revealed, the exact crash site, because you'd think that fire would have triggered one of the GOES satellites. It did not. So at least not something that CalTopo is showing us. So what is the elevation right here? Yeah, they're just a couple of 100 feet off the ground. If they're below 3,000, which the helicopters were cleared to 3,000. It's supposed to be around 3,000 and stay there, not go higher because the other airplanes are higher. I mean, this peak right here is 3,486. So they would have had to thread the needle through this canyon. That's probably why both of them took the same route. They're not cleared to get any higher, ironically, so that they don't mid-air collide with the planes. Air attack's at 5,500, planes are at 400, and copters are at, 5,500. Planes are at 4,000, and helicopters are at 3,000. And it's the little things that cause disasters. If they didn't do that loop, they would have either been, depending on who took off first, behind or in front the other copter. But this little loop meant they came together. So this is the flight that crashed. And I don't believe this is its exact location of where it crashed. As soon as helicopters get below a certain altitude, and planes do too, like the scoopers, it's hard for the signals to reach other places, and usually they kind of lose the signal until they come back and climb again, like their transponders or however this is being tracked. So I don't think that this has to be where the crash is. In fact, I do believe. Huh. Anyway, I do believe it happened over here, but I don't know. Let me look at the path of the other one. Yeah, the Sikorsky. Huh. Yeah, let me make the double check. I got the correct one. I think I do. The Sikorsky is November 4037 Sierra. The Bell is November 555 Alpha Sierra. Doesn't this look a little bit different? Huh. Lines up perfectly with Juan Brown's thing, so maybe just go watch his video, swear to God. Yeah, this is the same. Hmm. Well, we'll get answers in the future. Okay, I want to go back and look at the 335 here. So at 9:41 in the morning, let me write down this timestamp. I really don't want to talk too much today. Just do more of a roundup thing and then see you later. Sorry, I got errands to run. I have to go out and do things before stores close. I'm super behind in everything. So timestamp 1 hour. It's an hour and I haven't even done a roundup yet. I'm sorry, friends. Roundup. So this is the 330? 335, since it's in the vicinity. 10% contain as per San Bernardino. Ring-a-ding-ding. National Forest. So it started near Highway 330, north of Highland, 28 acres, 10% contained, 2 hotshot crews, 1 SBCOFD hand crew, 1 tactical Type 3 engine, 2 CAL FIRE crews. Hose lays are around it. Hand lines are being constructed. Highway 330 is closed at Highland Avenue and Live Oak Drive, and the cause investigated. So let's see if there's any aircraft on it. This is, where is that? 303 fire. That is just northeast of San Bernardino, northeast of Highland. Okay. Going to San Bernardino, ring a ding ding. Let's just look for airports. I guess we take us closer. Show us on the map. Hope we would zoom right in, but geez. So much for my shortcut. Do we see anybody? Nope. I don't see anybody on it right now, but it looks well in hand. Okay, Terry says, guys, I'm on for short time tonight because of work hours. Been moving around a bit. You guys be safe. Yeah, you be safe too, Terry. I've been doing streams in the middle of the night here that should have coordinated with your UK time. So do come back and see us. My sleep schedule's all over the place since I'm sick. So Smitty says, I'm uncertain the aircraft may not have generated any heat because it had crash suppression in a bottle, so it was parked EXT on impact. I don't know what that means. I mean, it started a second fire, Smitty. The aircraft crashing started a second fire, which they called the Bonita incident. Like I said, going over a couple of times the crackly scanner radio where you hear air attack talking about it and the boots on the ground, they seem to be unaware that the Bonita incident was a plane crash or a helicopter crash. Like, at no time do I hear anything dramatic where air attack goes, oh my God, we just lost somebody. You know, none of that is occurring anywhere on the broadcastify audio. I've listened to it for 2 hours. I listened to the half-hour segment at the time of the crash twice, and I listened partially to the other half-hour segment. Otherwise, I would have been on a lot earlier. I did a lot of research today trying to find the tail numbers. I had to search all over the internet, find the FAA stuff. As soon as I found it, Juan Brown went live with his video, and I could have gotten it from him, of course. But none of the media had the tail numbers. They didn't release the names yet because last night they were still trying to contact in person one of the family members. They haven't released company. I don't think there's been a second press release, at least not on the YouTube channel for Riverside County. Hey, David Ledgewood. Hello, everyone. I've been missing out. Sorry. I've been sick as a dog. So, yeah, Big Dog, he already has a video out. You missed the earlier part of the broadcast. We explained that. I had to correct him on the time, but C-Probe kept sharing the video link. Yeah, it's up here. Let me go get it. All right. So go ahead and watch this and come back and see us. You know, like I like to promote Juan Brown. He's good. So or watch it later. Right click, open a new tab, watch it later. But glad you guys are here with us. But I wish it was under better circumstance, right? Hit the like button, please, so that we can continue to serve people and people know that we're online. And remember to subscribe if you want to see more from this channel. It turns out that every time I say remember to subscribe, a lot of people subscribe. Because it turns out that most people are actually just forgetting to. But yeah, we go live all the time. During crisis, you can look at the massive archive I have. Pick a wildfire, pick a date, and we're probably there covering it live for 24 hours at a time. There's something called the Mail Fire at Lompoc, California. Really remote on the coast. Tankers are on the scene. Smoke has lessened. Aircraft are now off the incident. Was reported as a 100 by 100 with a slow rate of spread. Yeah, not a big thing. All right, we're just gonna check out California. There's notifications off for the Almond Fire. 5 hours ago, they had it 90% contained as per Kern County. Good job. Looks like a flatland farm field kind of a fire off of a highway. Now, heart attack time, the dog fire. I know what this is. This is, recognize this place? Paradise, Magalia. Now, ironically, when I decided that I'd use my video production skills that I just learned in college and basically on the street, I decided I had a choice, you know, make first history videos and then make fire safety videos. And I wanted to do both, but I decided to do history videos first. And so the first ghost town slash gold rush video that I ever wanted to make about the history of the area where I grew up was going to be about the Dogtown Nugget. So the dog fire has got to be off a dog road or Dogtown Road. Dogtown was the nickname of Magalia. The rough and tumble settlers had all kinds of rough and tumble names at the post office, balked at. Like, really? Dogtown? Really? And so the post office had to approve of your town's name in order to give you a post office. And usually when the women showed up to these towns, they'd send back east for their women come out on a boat because there's 1849, there's no transcontinental railroad yet. So by the time the women arrived, like a year later on the boat, they would say, "What? I don't want to live in a place called Dogtown." So Magalia, became the new name. And paradise was pair of dice, like a pair of two dice for gambling. So the women are like, "Nah." The Dogtown Nugget was a 54-pound gold nugget that they hydromined out of the hills here. Oh boy, one of the world record nuggets, but they melted it down. However, there was a Dogtown Nugget Museum in Paradise. I say was because, it didn't make it. So when I hear Dog Road, like Dogfire, fires are named after the nearest road in general. It helps, Dogtown Road, look at that. It helps firefighters arrive at the correct place. So this Magalia Reservoir, by the way, a lot of people took refuge here during the fire. That's why I say take your wool blanket, sit down on the sides of reservoir, and throw a wool blanket over your head, trap breathable air, and ride it out. A lot of them were hypothermic the next day when they were found. That's what the wool blanket is for, insulates your body heat even though it's wet. So I got a little alarmed when I saw this one this morning. But it had a slow rate of spread in timber understory. And being right next to a reservoir, that would have at least, if it had spread too much, been a nice fire break in and of itself, a nice eternal water supply for fighting it. So it looks like it was only about 3 acres. The containment lines were in 11 hours ago. So it's always a facial tick kind of thing. And you see that though. Fires near Paradise. Now, roundup for California, finishing this up to Ridge Fire, which I covered a couple of days ago, up in Shasta County by French Gulch, did worry me because this is the Car Fire's burn scar. French Gulch was, I don't know how much they lost, but it suffered badly in the Car Fire, CARR. And that was a hideously bad fire. So they've got a 90% containment on it now. Here's a picture. You see the landscape is still just not going to recover for a long time. But the reason we're terrified of the Car Fire burn scar is enviro nuts. I am an environmentalist, but I hate the extremists. So I call them enviro nuts. Would not allow and just filed lawsuits and made a stink about not salvage logging after the Car Fire. And I don't believe much of it happened after that. Just the last several years, every time I've driven by on I-5, you just see this gigantic dead forest on the landscape. All it takes is a couple of years to go by for brush to build up at the base of the dead trees, and then you get a fire that's worse than before. The fire only burned off the limbs the first time, but now it's going to burn the trunks, which are a much bigger fuel source. So you will have a fire worse than before, guaranteed. It's only a matter of time. And they thought they were saving the environment. They were so proud of themselves for winning this. You're just dooming the environment. It's just going to have a mega fire. And the Shasta area has those horrible north winds that blow off the miniature desert that's in between Oregon and Washington, or Oregon and California. So these north winds are hot, dry, and fierce. And you have disasters like the Fawn Fire, which nearly killed people and just took out dozens of homes within 20 minutes. I was covering that live. That was nuts. This is the kind of place where you don't want to have a fire. One of the worst spots in the world. So I'm so happy to see they pounced on this. But we're all now just waiting for Car Fire 2.0. It worries JB as well. John Bruno, who's the retired fire chief from this region, who sometimes is a guest on the show. So that's about it for California. So, oh yeah, to see the fires, you gotta back out of one. Something by Santa Rosa, cover that for Desi. The stage fire. Forward progress was stopped. Final report unless conditions change. Good. Is it Stage Gulch Road and Adobe? And yeah, Flatland. You know, Sheep Ranch looking kind of probably a grass fire type thing. So yeah, 1/4 acre fire in grass. We're lucky there. Now, Bay Area fires can be extremely bad too because the bay winds. Okay, so California roundup done. Let's move on unless anybody's got some questions. 1, 16, 15 done with the Cali round up. I'll play you some heartbreaking type. Well, not really heartbreaking, but just related and sad. Audio clips from the helicopter crash, but I want to actually get to do a fire roundup for Oregon. Anybody have any questions? Big Dog says the York fire is now at 93%. That's good. Now, we don't want any more Joshua trees down there to burn up. That's the one that's down here on the border with Nevada. Now, fire's natural in that landscape, but you do want to save the ancient Joshua trees. They're thousands of years old. They're not big and majestic like the sequoias, but they're incredibly old. So you don't want to let you don't want to just let it go everywhere, right? Okay. Let's do a flat fire roundup. Let's start with flat first. We're very concerned about it. When we get our last update, I'll check the Facebook page for it. 5 hours ago, we got a sweet map uploaded, public information map. So mostly where we expected. They've got the most black line, meaning the most containment lines, that means they really, really do not expect the fire to go beyond lines where they're black, right? That's where their containment percentage comes from. They've got it alongside the well-established roads to the north of the fire. It was extremely high priority to not let the fire spread to the north, because Agnes was looking down the barrel of the gun. And if it had gotten over into the Rogue River canyon over there, and the winds of the Rogue River would have blown it potentially all the way to Gold Beach, one of the biggest towns. It's a tiny town, but for this region, it's one of the biggest towns. And that would have just been a nightmare to chase a fire racing towards the coast and a canyon. Or to have, say, a storm from the coast push it up a canyon. It would threaten Agnes in 2 different directions. So they did an excellent job stopping it at the, this was like Thermopylae with the Spartan 300, like stop the Persian army here. At the Wild Horse Fire Lookout area. But different story. The South is completely unattended over here because there's no roads because of the stupid roadless wilderness thing. The Wilderness Act of 1963 unfortunately defined wilderness, and part of the definition was a lack of roads and other such things that man uses for development. So that makes the environmentalists twitch. They file lawsuits and chain themselves to trees to prevent roads from being made in wildernesses because they think the wilderness will lose its status if roads are made, even fire access roads. Fire prevention, firefighting roads, doesn't matter what they are, since it was just the word road, that ambiguous definition has caused a massive amount of harm. to our environment because their heart's in the right place, but they didn't realize that fire access roads are key to fighting a fire and preventing a mega fire from destroying the environment. So they're not going to put any crews where there's no roads because that'll be a death trap for the crews. So they'll just watch those areas burn, and their only resort is try to fight fire with fire. They're putting more fire in the landscape to try to lower the intensity. That's all you could do. So unless you want that to happen, the best thing we could possibly do is amend that act to exempt roads from any sort of definition of development. Forests do not protect themselves. Mother Nature does not protect her forests. It's us. It's human beings that do that. Before white man was here, it was Native Americans. And we haven't been doing that. We have not allowed fire to be on the landscape naturally. We've allowed a gigantic amount of brush growth and dead limbs and trees and stuff to build up on the landscape. So it won't be a natural Mother Nature kind of fire. It'll be a mega fire like the Biscuit of 2002. And that'll be the kind that obliterates. It's not going to be any kind of benefit to the environment. So you have to write congressman and say, change it so we can build fire access roads in the wilderness and in our national forests. We're going to lose them. We're going to lose them. We've already lost a huge amount. So we're seeing that play out here with nobody on a fire line in this section, according to the videos we were watching the other day. So that means, well, Agnes is safe. Gold Beach is pretty safe. Calmiopsis Wilderness is not safe. And we are biting our fingernails off, hoping that it doesn't penetrate in there, because there are endangered species and threatened plants and animals in there. They were already devastated by the 2002 Biscuit fire. We should have learned our lesson then and built some fire access roads. But like I said, unless the law changes, that's a pretty real fear. You know, they don't want to lose wilderness status. So we can just hope and pray that aircraft can cool off the fire, that their backfiring efforts have been paying off, that they've reduced the fuels in front of the main fire, that they'll be able to get enough confidence to eventually maybe parachute a crew in there. Maybe they'll get authorized to build new roads for a fire break, or maybe they'll be able to use helicopters to try to put it out in hot spots. I don't know. But the longer this goes on, the closer we're getting to a big windstorm and seeing this blow up like a nuclear bomb. There's a lot of dead trees all over the landscape because they didn't salvage log here either. So this is why we're so worried about it. Oh, containment percentage doesn't mean anything really. For this fire, until it's 100%, it's still very dangerous because of the steep terrain, the location where it's at. We are in August, which is the lightning season, and even if they got this contained to 92%, if a fierce windstorm came and it got blown over the lines and a bunch of trees on fire, did long range spotting, we could see an ember land 3 miles deep into the Calmiopsis wilderness, or many, many, many dozens popping all over. And it would be pretty much game over for this wilderness area in many of these spots. So that's why we're still concerned. Don't pay any attention to containment percentage until it's 100% on this one. I'm feeling good about Brookings because they're making good headway, they say, on the southwest corner of the fire. And the reason why we would be worried about Brookings with flat fire is because it's now kind of crested this area where if the fire went into the Chetco River drainage, then the wind would take it down that canyon. This is Brookings on the coast. See how far away it is? But it's not safe. See, the Chetco River is another big canyon, big wind tunnel, right? Follow it, follow it, follow it, follow it. Keep going. You'll find the fire. right past this ridge. So what if it crests right here? Then it could go down into this valley, climb this, boom, it's in the Chetco River, and it'll be blown straight towards Brookings. Now, if you haven't seen the gigantic fire scar of the Biscuit, it's that. This whole thing, the big yellow one, include the red right there, the big yellow one across the state line, California went blazing into Oregon. So disaster has already struck here. This is the biggest fire Oregon ever had. If you don't count the 1800 stuff. And that stuff's hard to measure anyway. Almost no white people lived in Oregon until 1850-ish, Civil War era. There's still like maybe just 2,000 white people by the time the Civil War broke out in Oregon. People who would mathematically be able to track acreage and survey and such. I mean, the Indians have tails, but not acreage and statistics, right? So, this happened in 2002. There's still dead trees all over the landscape from it, and from the 2017 Chetco Bar fire, which was pretty bad too. So, there's a lot of fuel on the landscape. It's a big windy area, and we're in lightning season. And what the problem is with the flat fire, the other big concern is this area gets abandoned. Like there may be almost 1,000 on it right now, 900 or so, according to what latest watch duty had. Last time I checked. Well, we'll read that in a minute. But it's a low population zone. Northern California, Northwestern California, Southwest Oregon. Anytime a bigger fire breaks out somewhere else and they need the crews, they will just yank people off this, even to the point where they might yank everybody off this. It depends on how bad other fires get. And that's part of what happened and went wrong with the Biscuit fire. So, Brokefish Inn, who is one of the moderators here and was my special guest, he worked that fire. He's a retired firefighter. He knows all about it, and it's just really sad. So we are still quite concerned. I want to watch the operational update wait, we don't have one for this morning? Oh, it is this morning. Okay, let's watch it. I have to make it full screen. Let me look at chat real quick. Yeah, you're right, Big Dog. There's a major heat wave coming to Western Oregon in 5 days. May hit 100 in Portland by Sunday. I was even reading the extended forecast on my last stream. There's a 5 to 15% chance of us hitting 110 degrees this week. At least somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Oh, God. It's also why I want to rest my voice and do a whole lot of work preparing for us to have a hard weekend. Right. So, I'd rather rest my voice and rest while there's not that much happening so I can be ready in a crisis. So, yeah, Smitty is saying the humidity will probably be in the teens. That's Big Dog is saying, yeah. Brian Rock Rail Fun, hey, how you doing? Hi, and how are you? What's going on? I remember, I think I was watching some of your channel before. Let's start this video. It's on the Facebook page. I'll just do it from the Facebook page. In fact, that's different. Got a flat fire. Oh man, I love the ZZ Top guy. He's cool. They changed their crew, so we got different people. But hopefully the outgoing crew has briefed them as much as they need to. Oh, did they respond to me? I asked for the chart over his shoulder to be uploaded, but looks like they didn't. Thank you much, C-Pro. Can you put that in the bedroom over there? It's mail delivery. I can't put it down. It's going to fall. Thank you. Jeez. I got a package. Okay. All right. Flat fire for Southern Oregon. Morning operational update. I mean, let me make it full screen. And I have to screw around with the volume. Hang on.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mario Gomez. I'm day operator.
Okay, I think it's louder this time. Cool. Now I'm going to turn off my camera. Tell me to turn it back on if I forget. Because I think I'm going to be in the way of the map here. All right, here we go.
Operations with Northern Rockies Team 2. I'll be giving you your Good morning, everybody. My name is Mario Gomez. I'm day operations with Northern Rockies Team 2. I'll be giving you your morning update for the flat fire. We're currently sitting at 33,266 acres and at 39% contained. Yesterday, we were able to pick up some additional containment out here in the southwest corner of the fire in Division Whiskey in the area that you can see here on the map. Starting up in Branch 1 in Division Alpha Delta Foxtrot out here by Agnes and Oak Flat. Yesterday, the resources were continuing with road prep and mop up, securing our control lines and working in and around the vicinity of Oak Flat. The structure protection group was also assessing structures and continuing to maintain a presence in the area of Agnes. Working out towards the northeast on the Bear Camp Road. Resources continued to prep the Bear Camp Road and grade the road. So if folks are out in that area, please be aware and use caution if you're traveling up the Bear Camp Road. Moving out down into the area of the fire that you can see here. Yesterday down in Indigo Creek, we had some helicopters working the fire's edge down in Indigo Creek, and that'll continue again today. We're going to maintain an active, assessment of this area utilizing ground and aviation resources. Down into Fance Ranch. Yesterday there was no reported issues. We patrolled it by air, and we'll continue with those patrols today. The spot fire that you guys can see here had no smoke showing, no reported issues over the last 5 days, and we'll maintain a aerial patrol on that as well. Coming down and around into Division Tango, you can see here on the map. Yesterday we had the drones, the UAS platforms monitoring this fire's edge, and there's no heat showing, no potential for growth in this area of the fire here. Coming down into Division Tango Uniform, yesterday the resources were mopping up and securing our hand lines and dozer lines, and that'll continue today. The interior pockets that we lit the day before, as you can see here and here, cleaned up well, and they were not showing any smokes yesterday, and things are looking really good. Coming down and around to the southwest corner of the fire, the resources were mopping up and securing this entire western edge of the fire. You can see all the way down back to Oak Flat, and this is looking really well. Folks are, maintaining an assessment of the fire's edge and our control lines, and chipping, any excess brush that's left over from road preparation. Moving on out here into the west to our contingency group, the resources will continue to masticate and prep the fuel break that we've got established here. Moving to the south to the Chetco Bar Fire Scar, and today we will be processing and hauling material off the mountain down into town. And that's the end of the report. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat. Have a nice day. Thank you.
I think he means leave a comment, but guys, take a shot of milk. He said masticate. That means basically he's chewing. So that's what that means, like they're stump grinding and grinding up mostly dead material. So that's what a masticator does. It's basically a wood chipper on the end of a tractor. But we love that. It's new technology for a new era. So that's part of the drinking game. Okay, so yeah, the crew on the flat fire now is from the Rockies. You did catch that, Smitty. Like I said, they come. Part of the problem that fires in the West have out here, and part of the reason they get really big sometimes. You put the webcam back on and adjust this size. Okay. Part of the reason that they would get big sometimes and take crews by surprise is they don't understand that the West Coast is like the seventh circle of hell for firefighting. It's completely unique terrain, especially California. And if they're not really trained on just how bad it is to deal with the Sierras and the hot desert winds and the way the ocean interacts with all that, crews from the Rockies and deep inland and other places, they're just going to have no idea what they've gotten into. Um, Thank you, C Probe, for the kitchen noises. We all appreciate it. He's having fun with a soda stream. What? Yeah. If you weren't bringing me food, I would have exiled you by now. God, I'd be screaming, quiet on the set. So C Probe is having fun with his with the soda stream over there. He's got Diet Dr. Pepper or something. What's it called? The soda stream Dr. Pepper? Dr. Pibb or something? What's it called? The Diet Dr. Pepper soda stream crap? Dr. Pete. How cute is this? Oh, God. Yeah, I hate fluorescent lights. Thank God. Okay. Sorry. So there's a Spanish version here. The Flatfire Facebook page. Sorry, it's behind a paywall, or login wall, basically. I hate that, but they decided Facebook would be their thing. They have a Twitter as well. There is an Inciweb, but thank goodness they've got all this stuff right here ready for us, our convenience. But when videos are behind a login wall with Facebook hasn't exactly used our data in a very responsible way. Cough, current lawsuit and class action. I just don't think that fire information should be on social media that requires people to log in. I just don't. It's just pretty evil, but that's part of why I show it on the stream. There's tons of people who said, yep, it's all on Facebook. Please show what's on Facebook because I will never make an account. Okay. So their morning update as far as the printout goes is there's 22 engines, 14 crews, 2 bulldozers, 29 tenders, 6 masticators, take a shot, and 9 helicopters on the Flatfire. They've got containment at 39%, like they said. Like I said, pay no mind until it's 100. Total personnel 795. I would like to see about 2,000 to 3,000. However, I guess they're not taking it as seriously as they need to, or they don't have the budget they need. Or somebody isn't taking this as serious as they need to. Some higher up, right? I'm sure all the locals are like, oh God, really? Less than 1,000 people for this terrain? Okay. Anyway, 33,266 acres was human caused. We're not sure exactly why, but it seems to have started by a road and by the river, the Rogue River. So who knows? Highlights. Smaller fuels are burning, but bigger fuels still have higher moisture content. Smaller fuels like sticks and shrubs, right? Baby trees. Bigger fuels, meaning that, gazillions of dead snags in the landscape, dead trees in the landscape. The bigger fuels still have higher moisture content, from the dew and the generally moist, if not rain-laden, but the moist, misty stuff that drifts in off the Oregon coast, Now, when big fuels like a big stump or a big log, big dead tree get moist, it takes longer for them to dry out. So the bigger fuels still have higher moisture content, limiting the ability of the fire to spread and ignite other fuels. But what's in the forecast, friends? Heat wave. That's going to suck. Slightly cooler temperatures and higher humidity will be in place the next couple of days, further hindering the spread of the fire. But like I said, weekend, heat wave. Firefighters remain ready for any potential changes, though, in the fire activity. Yeah, hold on to your butts for the heat wave. Today's activities. Crews are securing and improving existing containment lines, keep the fire within the current footprint. Firefighters are conducting mop-up to secure lines and are performing constant visual assessments in all the divisions. Structure protection resources remain in place around Agnes, actively surveying and evaluating the structures. At this point, that's got to be just historical ones that probably weren't really on maps before. Like the old ranch that had that pioneer era grave site that we saw on the maps. And I like the fact that they want to protect history and probably archaeological sites. They won't ever mention that, but they do that. Structure protection resources remain in place around Agnes, actively surveying and evaluating the structures. Now, last video, if you didn't catch it, was a little bit concerning because they were pulling out some of the sprinklers they had on some of the buildings. And said that if fire ever did threaten those buildings, they just pull up in mobile units, like in fire trucks. Well, that'll be all good and dandy, except what if they're called away to work a different fire and the skeleton crew is left on this one, and then it gets bad. So I'm a little wary about that. However, we just gotta trust them. Hope that that doesn't occur. What is that sound? Thank you. All right, J-Cat, I blame you. C-Probe is in the background there playing with his Baofeng. He got Baofangs at your suggestion. I'm hearing chirping and stuff in the background. He's over here using my internet. I thought you were going to do your taxes. You're playing with radios and the soda stream. Yeah. Anyway, that's all right. So, firefighters are conducting mop-up. The alternative control lines on Forest System Roads 1376 to the south, 1503, 3313, and 3680 to the west continue to be improved. Good. And they're removing fuels such as the dead and the downed woody materials. That should have happened a long time ago. This is bad. We currently have a system of reacting to fires instead of proactively kind of being smart enough to realize that dead things can burn and removing them off the landscape ahead of time. I mean, a lot of people understand this. It's not like they're stupid, but it doesn't get approved. It doesn't get budgeted. So we, the people, have to help them out by becoming educated, spreading the word, and then demanding from our politicians that they put that in the budget, if they do that. It's too late to build the city walls when you see the barbarians thundering towards your city. All right. So, crews are ready to respond to any new fires in the area. With increased fire traffic, all motorists are asked to use caution, so slow down, turn your headlights on, especially on Bear Camp Road. Stay out of the area. This is a better idea. Weather. Temps will cool by 2 to 4 degrees. It'll be in the low 80s and 90s, and humidity will be around 30 to 40% today, I guess. Winds continue to be terrain-driven on the slopes and the valleys, with ridge tops seeing northeast winds in the morning, northwest in the afternoon. So not only does wind tend to be fiercer down in the canyons, the narrow, tall canyons, but it also is fiercest on top of ridges. Please stop the chirping. Yes, I do. I can still hear the chirping through my noise-canceling headphones. Oh my God. Quiet on the set. What?
Noise-canceling.
Oh, he's blaming him. He's saying your noise-canceling headsets, that's defective. I'd return them. Well, we know it. I mean, they keep shutting off in the middle of me talking, but that's neither here nor there. You're just making noise on the movie set. God. Okay. Smoke, blah, 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 may be visible from surrounding areas. Click here for a smoke outlook, blah, blah, blah. Closures, blah, blah, nothing has changed. Except it says the closure allows for public access to the Big Rock swimming hole in the Illinois River. Which one? The Rogue River has issued a closure order for the fire area, including the trails, roads, portion of the Illinois Oak Flat Campground, Game Lake, Wild Horse Campground, Snow Camp, Lookout, Recreation Rentals are all closed. Chetco River and Pistol River are now closed. Man, make a point to visit this area and try to do something as a tourist if you really want to help them. After the double whammy of having fire devastate the region for so many years and then COVID disrupting, it's a tourist-based economy down there. Rogue River rafting tours and hunters, hikers, fishermen, bird watchers, blah blah, outdoor lovers, beachgoers. Just go there and buy something and stay there somewhere. Just help them recover whenever this all opens back up because they're going to need it. This is a gut punch. This is supposed to be their best tourist season in a while, and it all got shut down. Summertime is their big tourist season. It all got shut down. So do go and help them. All right. So this is our flat fire update. Maybe, unless somebody else has some. Yeah, C-Pro is back. Hi. Any questions about flat fire stuff? I've covered it so extensively, like how bad this is. Just look at the dead trees in the landscape. Some of it's the 2017. A weird gif. 2017 Chetco bar fire, I'm sure, but a lot of it's still just there, dead on the landscape since the 2002 biscuit. As you can see, nothing really grew back since the biscuit fire. It was such a mega fire that they're the not natural kind, so intense that all the pine cones burned up. Someday, they'll have to replant, probably by dropping pine cones and seeds from the air, just like they did the Tillamook burn fire, because if you think that forests grow back all the time, they really don't. Not from a mega fire. And it's basically a myth that fire helps the pine cones open up and put the seeds. Not really. The forest does not need fire to reproduce. There's always tons of baby seeds. The pine cones just rot away and release the seeds naturally. Plus, there's things called birds that pluck the seeds out of pine cones and scatter them everywhere. And rodents that do that too, like squirrels. They bury their seeds and forget about where half of them are, and that's why new oak trees and stuff grow. So, in general, big fires are just nothing but obliteratory on a landscape, especially the way we've let the fuel load just increase to the point where they're mega fires, not the beneficial ones that you hear about on TV. And it'll take a very long time to regroom our landscape, get rid of fire promoting invasive weeds, stop doing the monoculture where we just replant fire promoting trees like pines. Get a nice good mix of the fire resistant trees again, like oaks and cedars on the landscape. It'll take a long time, but one day we'll have the landscape more natural again, and we can let some fires burn and reintroduce that, especially under Indian management, I would hope. But now's not the time. Not in El Nino. It means it's a dry drought year for the Pacific Northwest. You do not want to see any kind of fire in the Pacific West right now in a dry, windy, hotter than normal El Nino year. It's just all bad. And that's it for the flat fire. Let's go on to the next one. That would be the Bedrock. Let me write down a timestamp. 1:48, 45 Bedrock. This is the second biggest concern that we have. Willamette National Forest, East Eugene. We got updated 14 minutes ago. How nice is that? They put the operational update on the watch duty. And we've got some other pictures. That is a completely vertical smoke column. That means there's almost no wind at the time this photo was taken. This is near Pernod Mountain, north flank of the Bedrock fire in Pernod Mountain. I love it when they tell us where this is. You see the dead trees in the foreground? Yeah. No bueno. Firefighters are performing tactical firing or burnout operations today. Cool. You better do it fast because the heat wave's coming. So the burnout operations remove brush and the available fuels in front of the approaching wildfire. Creating these burned areas from the established containment lines create more defensible fire lines. Yep. Firefighters are using these limited tactical firing ops today to hold the fire in place. Good. They're running out of time to do this. The heat wave, and hopefully we won't have any damn thunderstorms this weekend. But we might. The heat wave, the low humidity, they won't be able to do that this weekend. I'm pretty dang sure. So you want to do it when it's low intensity so that when it gets high intensity, there's less stuff to burn. 4 hours ago, it says the Bedrock fire is now 13,684 acres with a 5% containment. Update from Northwest Incident Management Team 12. Weather. Some cloud cover today is expected. It will limit the warming and drying this afternoon. Yay. These clouds will increase later today and will help to moderate fire behavior. Winds are expected to be terrain-driven, breezier through the drainages and along the ridgetop, much like what we see with a flat fire. Temps over the fire area today are about 78 to 82 degrees. At the lower elevations, 69 to 74 on the ridges. Operations. Yesterday and overnight, the fire was most active on the north and the northeast flank. While firing ops are used to clear pockets of fuels along the control lines, extending and connecting sections of the lines they previously completed. Helicopters are dropping water buckets in this area to dampen the fire, providing time for ground resources to complete their work. Now, if there's no wind at all, it might get too smoky for the aircraft to operate. Let's see if there's any over it right now. Yeah, there's some right now. Ooh, that's a big old Chungus Sikorsky right there, 60 years old. And it's, what is that, Coleman Aviation? Okay. And then there's a Gulfstream Jet Prop Commander at 840. So that would be the eye in the sky kind of coordinator person. Oh, Tanker 168 is in the house. Where's it going? It's going to Redmond? Why is it by McCready Springs? It may have done a longer flight. I hope. What would be going around? What would be going on near Waldo Lake? It may just be kind of repositioning itself. Now let's check that there's nothing wrong going on by Waldo Lake. What is that? Salmon. Is that a fire? By Oak Ridge? Don't be. You're not allowed. Check this out. Salmon fire, 50 acres. Updates. The following areas around Oak Ridge are being issued a level 1 alert. Dang. Okay, so I've been having trouble with watch duty again. I updated it, and once again, I'm not getting any sort of ding, even though I have all of the counties of Oregon on notification setting. That's done. That's set up right. I'll try uninstalling it and reinstalling it, but I may have to actually contact them. Had it right working for a couple of days. I put the instructions online, but it's completely in silent notification mode and I can't stop it. So the whole 5 hours previous that I was preparing for the stream to go live, this happened. I had no idea. So it's like I have to manually peck my phone and check out watch duty, and I don't know why anymore, but I'll try to figure this out. So there's Type T Team 3 from Nevada being briefed at Middle Fork Ranger District this morning, taking over management of the salmon fire. Has this been going on for a while? No, just a day. Possibly 3 acres start a few miles east of Oak Ridge. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this. Don't like this at all. The same general area, just the other side of the Cascades. great. So the nighttime division supervisor reported a rough estimate of 50 to 75 acres, but said stayed inside last night's footprint. Better acreage estimate will be more forthcoming. Fire burned moderately but actively all night, mostly on the surface and moving uphill to the north. Yeah. There are 3 local engines on the fires in this morning, as well as 3 hand crews. 2 more Type 1 hotshot crews have been ordered for today. 2 helicopters provide air support from the initial attack yesterday. Warmer and drier forecast later in the week, but this morning's cloud cover is helping. For God's sake. Kitson Hot Springs. I haven't even heard of that one. Gotta put it on my to-do list. I've driven down this way a couple of times. It's a really nice drive. Mostly at night though. But God. They did have a pretty bad fire last year in the same vicinity. Let's click on history. And we were very worried. It was a very late season fire. Yeah, the 2022 Cedar Creek. I don't think we ever had an answer about how that started either. Now this is all in red for some reason. So I'm not sure where its exact borders are. Because that, unless that's a tiny one within a tiny one. This whole big red thing could be the Cedar Creek of last year, but Oak Ridge was on alert. But this new one is not on the same side as the old one's burn scar. Now we were watching that from the Death Ball mountain cam, just like we've been watching the what we were talking about here. The let's go back to it. Bedrock. Okay, friends, looking back here at the chat. Cardi, hey Cardi, I was just in Oak Ridge. They get a lot of wind. Yes, mountain pass. Yeah. Big Dog says Redmond, Oregon is a major place that stores resources, including aircraft to fight forest fires. Yep, they're a big retardant, flame retardant depository right now. They got the big gazillion gallons. Only a few airports are going to have the retardant. Aircraft can travel so fast. They're not going to try to ship retardant after the fact. They'll just preseason. They'll set up a couple airports to have it, and that's going to be the headquarters of almost all these aircraft. Okay, so Big Dog says lodgepole pine trees need fire to open and spread new seeds. Not really, because there's things called squirrels, Big Dog. Squirrels are perfectly capable. So are birds. Conebill birds, their beaks are designed to pluck seeds out of pine cones. So your cardinal types, we don't have cardinals out west, but we've got jays, that kind of thing. Plus, pine cones rot. It doesn't take that long for them to be kind of rotten. Once they're on the ground, rodents are gnawing away at them, and just regular rotting process will pop the seeds out of the pine cone. Pine cones are not eternal. In fact, if you can find a nice pristine one, people collect them off the landscape. You can get some permits. People go around with baskets trying to collect pristine pine cones that haven't been rotten, haven't been frayed yet, haven't been eaten by rodents. Not only do you get to harvest the pine nuts, which are a delicacy, or the seeds, put them on salads and stuff, but you spray paint them gold and you stick a string on them, a loop string, and you get to sell them for like $20 each at Christmas time as ornaments and stuff. People buy pine cones, like the nice ones that aren't messed up yet. It's hard to find ones that are not messed up yet. So I'm just trying to dispel a damn myth that pine cones are some sort of a Fort Knox for seeds and they have to have fire. They really don't. In fact, fire sometimes destroys the seeds. It's not like seeds are fireproof. It depends on how encrusted with sap the pine cone is. If it's got sap all over it, It's going to burn up the seeds. It's like kerosene. It'd be like putting gasoline on seeds, you know. So it's just one of the biggest myths out there about the forest. It's just like that, you know, don't touch a baby bird. Its mother will reject it because of human scent. God, birds have no sense of smell, guys. They can barely smell anything. They don't care. Only vultures have a good sense of smell. Nothing else, really, except some of the raptor families. Like eagles, because eagles are scavengers. You didn't know that, did you? They occasionally hunt, but eagles are scavengers. Okay. The Bedrock Fire video. Let's go watch that on Facebook, because I'm sick of talking. Okay. Now, I think the only time that the forest ever needed fire to open the seeds, pop open the whatever, the pine cones, whatever's supposed to be happening, was after the dinosaurs went extinct, because there's no birds and there's no squirrels yet. But that's a long time ago. Where's that video? 3 hours ago. Here's Air Resource Advisor. Let's watch this.
Morning, I'm Greg Mortensen, Air Resource Advisor trainee. For today's outlook, we're seeing some changing conditions. We're seeing a northwest flow come back into the area, and that'll bring some smoke to some familiar places. Starting with Oak Ridge, there is a new start just east of Oak Ridge, so that'll bring in some additional smoke. So Oak Ridge is probably going to be seeing smoke from this morning through the afternoon and into the evening, and then it should clear out overnight, and then kind of probably repeat that pattern tomorrow. Swinging down from Oak Ridge to Lapine, there you'll see that kind of get that familiar pattern of smoke in the morning and then overnight hours as well. Heading up to the Redmond area. In Redmond there, it's primarily going to be through most of the day. We're seeing impacts from morning to evening and then clearing out again. And then going from McKenzie over to Sisters, there we'll see some afternoon smoke, kind of similar to yesterday, probably in the early afternoon, then it should start clearing out in the evening. And finally swinging back to Bend, didn't want to forget about you guys. You're most likely going to be seeing some smoke this morning and possibly in the evening as well before it clears out overnight. Have a good day. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm not saying that, you know, about the pine cones that fire is like always bad. Maybe it occasionally helps them, but it's kind of like tranquilizing a rhino. 50-50 chance a rhino dies. And people don't realize that. They'll only show tranquilizing that works on a rhino in Africa. They'll never show, you know, half the time when it dies. It leaves the public with the wrong impression of like, oh, this is always a good thing. Now, just really depend on the intensity of the fire going by. Okay, here is the update. That was some sort of a smoke forecast, I guess. No, don't do that. Do that. And then do that.
Good morning, my name is Kurt Ranta. I'm field operations for Team 12. We just transitioned today with Team 13 that was here for the last 2 weeks working on the Bedrock fire. So I'll give you a little update on what's going on the Bedrock fire and a new fire that occurred yesterday that the team will be inheriting, and I'll talk to that after I go around and talk a little bit about what the action is on the fire. We'll start on the west side of the fire, which is Division Alpha. We've been putting in an indirect line along a road system where the other team was, and we're inheriting that with the intent of eventually burning this out along here, which is a tactic we use when the ground's too rough, too many hazards on the line, and we can't get in there direct. So we'll methodically start burning this potentially within the next couple days from the high ground down to the low ground. Most of the prep's done in here, so it's looking really good in here. Moving around to the top of the fire in Juliet. It's a complicated piece of ground, and up here at the high point around into the private land here is where the fire is kind of starting to move around in here. Yesterday it started moving around here. It was probably where most of the activity was. A lot of the activity down here was fairly subdued yesterday. A little bit more up here. Not a lot of large movement, but enough for us to start getting a plan in place up here to again start doing some working off of an indirect line that was established by the other team and start to do some burnout operations potentially within the next 2 days. Up along here, we have been doing some work, and it's hard to tell because there's not a lot of roads on this map here, but we've been piecing away with a little bit of direct line and some indirect line and a little bit of small tactical burning to accomplish that. Moving over to here, this line's still looking good. Another piece of really rough ground for us is figuring out this whole piece and this drainage here, and trying to piece together an indirect line in here, although we do have a good line that's going through here that we have to back off of if we can't find an option in here. So we're still exploring those. Moving around here, this is all looking really good. Hasn't moved in a long time. It's up against a road, so that's good black. Here, this is an old big fire scar. It's the old Middle Fork fire scar, which you guys are very familiar with probably in the local area. It's from a couple of years ago, and this moved it through that. So we're looking at options to try to secure that. It's a lot of snags. It'll take a lot of hazard mitigation in there. So we're looking at that. And then coming down through here, looking at the same thing, trying to go as direct as possible in here. And this is looking really good in here as well. And get down to what we're calling the boot, down into the Yankee and the Sierra country. This is all really secure looking through here, and all this hasn't moved in a long time. And then we are, the Hayden structures in here, we are looking at augmenting the prep in there, maybe put in some more sprinkler systems and stuff, because eventually this fire could be filled in here. So we just want to make sure those are bolstered really well. We do have a couple other people out there looking at like contingency or like backup options, like we always do on fires in case something happens unexpected. And in addition, I told you to talk about the new fire. There was a new fire, which some of you are probably familiar with if you're in the local area, right outside of Oak Ridge to the east. It started yesterday. We responded with some air support, and today we are going to inherit that fire within this organization, and they call that complexing. So for now, we'll be managing this fire, and we'll be managing that fire. So we'll be shifting some resources out there. And we already have. We had people out there last night, and we do have some people out there today shifting over. We sent one of our hotshot crews over there today to try to scout out and get a good handle on that. And we're getting more resources coming in from the region as the priority for this fire is now ramped up a bit again because we have that new fire. So we'll be shuffling resources over there later. We also have some overheader over there, and I'll be managing the air operations over there as well. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, did he say historic structures, or was I spacing out there? And why does Facebook think I want to watch the Cosby Show? Stop. Jeez. Okay, let me go back. He was pointing to over here. And boy, isn't this a theme. He's like, well, the fire got bad over here because there's snags in the landscape, standing dead trees. So that's challenging them, and it got away from them there. It pushed right through a canyon. So, is there a repeating theme here? Standing dead trees in the landscape? They're bad.
That's good black. Here, this is an old big fire scar. It's the old Middle Fork fire scar, which you guys are very familiar with probably in the local area. It's from a couple of years ago, and this moved it through that. So we're looking at options to try to secure that. It's a lot of snags. It'll take a lot of hazard mitigation in there. So
It's also very expensive and very dangerous.
we're looking at that. And then coming down through here, looking at the same thing, trying to go as direct as possible in here. And this is looking really good.
Going direct is a good word. It means that they're attacking the fire there, not being defensive. It means good. We feel secure. Let's attack it.
In here as well. And get down to what we're calling the boot, down into the Yankee and the Sierra country. This is all really secure looking through here, and all this hasn't moved in a long time.
All right, I'm going to declare it's a one shot of milk every time he says the boot.
And then we are, the Hayden structures in here, we are looking at augmenting the prep in there, maybe put in some more sprinkler systems and stuff, because eventually this fire could be filled in here. So we just want to make sure those are bolstered really well. We do have a couple other people out there looking at like contingency or like backup options, like we always do on fires in case something happens unexpected. And In addition, I told you to talk about the new fire. There was a new fire, which some of you
Okay, he didn't say history. He said Hayden structures. I don't know what those are. If you guys know what those are, that'd be good to tell me. All right, get to the screen, turn it back on. The webcam. Okay. All right. So that's been the morning operational update. But what's sad is they're peeling away crew here and resources and sticking it on that salmon fire. Like it starts, guys. I don't want them to peel away crews from anything. They've got a 5% containment on that fire, and it's got away from them in a couple of little spots, headed down canyons, burning in dead trees, snags. So they shouldn't be peeling anybody away from them, but since they're the closest to it, they'll do that, and they'll cover the new salmon fire before crews make it in to cover the salmon fire. So Carney says, did the crash cause this? Did the crash cause the fire? Oh God, no. Yeah, Carney, I'll explain the helicopter thing in a minute, but no, it didn't occur in Oregon. It occurred in Southern California by Banning and Cabazon, west of Palm Springs. So the fires are under control down there, but 3 are dead, and the Bell helicopter, the 2 and the Sikorsky survived. They were able to land the Sikorsky by some miracle. Where the Bell Ranger is like a sports car hitting a bus. Maybe, yeah. The Sikorsky's a big chungus. So, yeah. I do have some audio to play. I found some air attack and them talking about it. That air attack and the ground crews didn't seem to realize that helicopter even went down. They thought just a second fire began on the hills. I mean, other air assets did not even see it or notice it, as far as I could tell, as far as what I was able to download and what was available on broadcastify. It doesn't mean that other radio channels weren't going off and pilots were like, what the hell is that? I think I see a plane crash. I mean, that could have been something that anybody else might have reported, but it seemed to have been kind of subtle. And I think the Bell got obliterated. Like, I don't see any recognizable pieces of fuselage, but then again, the Fox News aerial footage of that crash was after dark, so it was grainy and dark, and we could see the rotor, the main rotor on the ground. It started a new grass fire, but that was just 4 acres, you know. And who knows if it broke up in midair or if the fuselage rolled down the hill or something. Maybe the camera just wasn't on where the fuselage was. Carney says, I bet the Bell had carbon fiber blades. I wouldn't know anything about that. So I know that with any helicopter, what makes it stable is the rear rotor, like the little ones. You screw up the tail rotor, you touch it, even with a straw or something, and lose all control. It will just spin out, flip. So you cannot lose the tail of a helicopter. Only a couple are okay without one and don't even have a tail rotor. Like, I think the K-Max doesn't need one. But those are rare planes. I mean, the K-Max has 2 top rotors that interlock like the Chinooks and stuff do, and Vertols, and I don't know how that works, but most helicopters, it seems like the worst disaster that can happen to them is a tail rotor or the tail gets damaged. So Blanco Lirio, though, has better speculation than me. He's a pilot. I don't know a dang thing about helicopters. But we lost 3 people in the Bell. Contracted pilot contracted to work with Cal Fire division. I wrote this down, guys. Said it earlier. Division chief and the fire captain with Cal Fire. The Bell was just supposed to be observing things. But I start listening to the footage, to the radio right about the time say 3 minutes after the crash happened. As best I can tell. It takes them a full, I don't know, 15 to 18 minutes to even understand there's been a crash. Took like 12 to 15 just to figure out there was a fire, and they just thought it was a secondary fire. The air attack just has this jolly, telling planes where to go thing. He's telling planes, the division, like helicopters at 3,000 feet, air attacks at 5,500. Fixed wing's going to be at 4,000. He's saying this stuff after the crashes happen. Like, by my reckoning, nobody's sure exactly when it happened, but it seemed, if the FAA data is correct here, 2:07 Zulu time would have been 7:07 Pacific yesterday. But there's an error already. It says 2 fatalities instead of 3. So who knows? It does seem to kind of line up with what I heard on the radio, and they're frustratingly, every time that dispatch calls out a time, like 1900 something hours, it's like 19, and we can't understand it. It was bad, crackly, and horrible to listen to, and so you guys don't have to suffer the whole thing. I did some timestamps, and after the wildfire roundup, I'm gonna play you the some sound bites. I don't want this to be a long stream though. We're at the 2-hour mark. I want to finish my roundup. What's going on in Oregon? I think now we understand what's going on with the Bedrock. We do have aircraft on the Bedrock right now. They are today lighting a bunch of backfires with the Bedrock. This is an observing plane. We saw some tankers on the Salmon Fire, which is just down here, excuse me, by Waldo Lake. So there's 2 fires surrounding Oak Ridge. They've got to be biting their fingernails right now. And they need to get everything they can do done on these 3 fires, the Flat, the Bedrock, and the new Salmon Fire. They need to do any fuel reduction stuff they want to do right now and just get a move on and work their butts off until, because this weekend anything goes. They got a real generalized forecast of 35 to 45% certainty that X, Y, or Z will happen this weekend. It could be without rain. It could be thunderstorms. It could be extremely hot. Could be just kind of hot. It was just a giant mixed bag. I tried to read the forecasts like last broadcast. It's just, we don't really know. It'll just probably be hot in the general region. That's basically it. Either way, we could have record-breaking temperatures. And when they say record-breaking, that's such a really misleading thing. When they mean record-breaking, they mean for that particular day. Like, even if it's completely normal to have a couple of 100-degree days, and usually in Oregon, that's August, and that's normal. If it's that specific date and it breaks the record by 1 degree, the media goes nuts. Record-breaking temperature. Like, wait, you mean that's actually basically within 1 degree of what's normal? But there's a 5 to 15% chance on one of these days, like the 15th, that we might get somewhere in the Pacific Northwest 110 degrees. I really hope that's wrong. Really hope that's wrong, because it'll be like 90% humid in the Portland area, and I'll just die. And this would make the fires go insane. So we do have current aircraft on it. Redmond's got a lot of aircraft at its airport, but we saw some helicopters and such working the Bedrock. So let's continue the roundup. Anybody have any questions for the Bedrock? I think the Priceboro is the only thing we got to check, but I think it's fine. It's 309 acres. An update was 20 hours ago. Yeah, they had 45% containment on the 6th at 7 p.m. And mop-up efforts continue. I mean, by the time my last broadcast, they already had crews surrounding it. So suppression efforts are being managed by a Type 3 incident management team from Oregon Department of Forestry South Cascade District. 225 firefighters with crews from ODF, local fire districts, protective associations, forest landowners, and private contractors. All there having a disco party. As Malcolm continues, the activity diminishes. Some firefighting resources are released to other active regions to increase the readiness across the state. Yeah, this one's in the bag. That's great. We just didn't need this extra crap, did we, huh? I'm just going to write down that at 2019, we looked at the Priceboro. I want to get to this audio clips so that I can go and get about my day. The 266 lightning fire. Is this something that was a factor? New fire reported an hour ago. Okay. Reported by the National Interagency Fire. Something. Northeast of Brightonbush. That's got to be the Lion's Head burn scar. Okay. Oh yeah, National Interagency Fire Center. Watch duty reporters are not actively monitoring it. Okay. So the 266 lightning fire of Wasco County. This is on the border of the counties. Now I don't know if being in the Lion's Head fire burn scar is good or bad thing. I don't know the status of the brush regrowth since the 2020 Lion's Head fire. Beachy Creek basically and the Lion's Head basically touched, they merged, but the Beachy Creek spread out to the west, Lion's Head spread out to the east. So they were both gigantic mega fires that just destroyed a lot of special places. Opal Creek Wilderness to the west, about 8 towns. And to the east, Brightonbush and some other smaller towns. And it headed for eastern Oregon and even put Bend on alert. It was massive. You can see how they touch at the very screwed Detroit Lake town. Detroit Lake just got obliterated. 70 people got trapped out here on docks and made a wild escape through the wilderness towards Mount Hood. They called in National Guard rescue. National Guard said, "We can't fly. I'm sorry. Take care of yourselves." So over here to the left side is Beach Creek, and this entire thing to the right is the Lion's Head, this big triangle-shaped wedge thing. So if we look at Brightonbush, the former resort, is obliterated. Brightonbush Hot Springs, place I always wanted to go, drove past, never went to. It was kind of a yuppie kind of a place where, vegan meals and yoga classes and, so they would charge a huge amount of money to use their hot springs, and all the hippies and poor folk like us, we'd go to a couple clicks north over here to Bagby Hot Springs. A little bit of a hike and stuff, and there's no facilities, and the bathroom is always overflowing, but thank God it survived because Brightonbush didn't. My friend's cabin burned down at Brightonbush. We were all going to stay there. And I said, "Did you visit the cabin afterwards?" He said, "Friends did. There was nothing left but a stovepipe, so we didn't bother. It would be too painful on, so I didn't press him, That's just sad. 1800s cabin, didn't even have road access. It was like hand built without nails, if I recall, and they had, cute kerosene lamps and stuff in there, just totally rustic. Sounded awesome. I was going to go interview the family about their historic connection to the place, but so Brightonbush, there's a lightning strike fire near it. I don't know. I don't know how much they salvaged log, if they did any, or how much brush is there these days. It's been 3 years, so it could be a problem. It could just be pretty much a bare landscape. I don't know. We could try to see if there's Little Gold Man, Maybe the Google car has gone by since 2020. So Nope. No, it hasn't. July 2009. Look how nice the area used to be. No longer. No longer. What did the Brighton Bush area used to look like? I never got to go. The wellness center and the springs and the history just poof. They had a lot of fire suppression stuff. People stayed on site trying to protect the buildings, and nothing, no amount of load, please. No amount of sprinkler systems and stuff could stop the mega fire. It was just a burning hell. Yeah, this was a pretty nice facility. You rent cabins and stuff and eat your $50, vegan meals. Go attend your yoga class and your Reiki thing or whatever, right? Is that the same one? Oh, this is the other Brighton Bush, Lower Brighton Bush. It's in the 1800s and early 20th century. And there was a resort here. You can see the bathhouses. It was a lovely place, but it got destroyed by a flood, a massive rampaging flood. So this was a pristine historical ruin that very few people knew about, that just the locals took care of. And then some idiot Facebooked it. Please do not do that to vulnerable historic places. Do not let people know where they are. Don't show your cool pictures and go, oh yeah, I found a cool place. No graffiti or anything. And it's out in the woods, and here's the exact location, directions how to get to it. And I'm sure all of you, millions of people on social media who are now viewing what I just posted, are all going to be responsible citizens and won't go and trash the place, right? Oh no, this became an instant party spot. And then the locals, usually, the moment something's Facebooked, it takes 6 weeks to get trashed. And it was trashed instantly and became a party spot. And revelers started lighting fires and destroying it, taking what little remained of the old wood and stuff from the actual resort, the historical stuff, and started burning it and making meth on the site and all that. Like, just don't Facebook a place unless you know somebody personally. Don't have, and you know they're not going to share the location of a vulnerable historic site. Then don't tell anybody where the hell it is, please. So these are the historical ruins that they were trying to preserve, and then that just got blown to hell. It's trash now. Yeah, this is Lower Brighton Bush. Upper, I don't know. I don't remember which one it is. And for God's sake, don't do this. Put the picture on Google Maps, because it'll never be gone now. Now, usually locals and law enforcement will have such a hard time controlling a party spot that they will just bulldoze it. This is how you destroy history, is you tell everybody about it. And once it's bulldozed, it's gone forever. I mean, Oregon has enough just nondescript, boring ass forest. I'm sorry, it does. But its history is fading away fast. Oregon's one of those least populated states of the union. Like, you don't need to return it to the forest. Like, most of Oregon is uninhabited. You don't need to destroy history to restore the habitat. Just let history be too. It won't be around forever. Because, trust me, Oregon's not preserving it. Okay. So nobody's taken a drive. So Big Dog has suggested that we go take a drive with the dash cam and GoPro on the top of the car. If you guys want to fund me, want to give me some gas money, I think I should go do what's it like now today kind of a drive. See if Detroit, Edenhaw, Niagara, Gates, Mill City, Mahima, Lyons. I hope I'm saying these places correctly. See what's left of Elkhorn. See what's left of place I never got to see, Javon Flats. Perfectly preserved historical ghost town that they turned into a success story of preserving history that just got obliterated by that Beach Creek fire. Temporarily closed, probably closed forever. They don't look like this anymore. I was there in March 2020 and I saw so many dead trees in the landscape. I knew, like, oh God, this place is primed to burn. I saw the fire access roads and all the old pioneer roads, the old gold mining roads. They let them grow over with the trees so that no fire trucks could pass. I knew the place was doomed, and some deep feeling in my heart of dread happened. I'll never see this place. I turned back because my mom had a knee problem. We were going to walk to Jawbone Flats and film it, but I couldn't really leave because of lockdowns the rest of the summer. When I heard that there was a lightning strike fire up in the hills, I went, oh God, first windstorm, this place is going to be gone. And that is what happened in 2020. So I've got a video of me walking in this pristine old growth wilderness. It does not look like anything like this anymore. It's a wasteland. Complete and utter wasteland. So we can go like Brighton Bush after the fire. Just see what comes up. God. Yeah. 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 5 men tried to fight to save it. Yeah. They tried. They actually had, from what I hear, a decent fire suppression system for the buildings, but I bet you they went up for the same reason that most buildings went up that most people are not aware of. It's the vents to the attic. The embers will go like blizzard snowflakes up underneath the soffit vents of the eaves of the roof, and it will get in the attic and light the building on fire from within. It's not the top of the roof that goes, it's the embers build up underneath and inside it, and then it becomes impossible for fire crews to save it from the outside. So sprinklers on the outside don't do anything to save your building. That's somewhat recent, new kind of knowledge. Oh my God. Victory? Are these people stupid? Judge halts the post-fire logging near Brightonbush? You morons. So they're just going to let the standing dead trees be on the landscape ready to make Lion's Head Fire 2.0. I'm telling you, friends, this is retarded. Oregon's response to these fires need to include the public. To look forward-looking and designed to protect and restore our treasured forested areas instead of knee-jerk efforts to generate as much timber volume as possible. You can't save the forest by letting it burn down twice. This is it. This is anti-logger hate. They just hate logging. They just want all loggers to go out of business. This is an anti-human hate response. It's not pro-environment. Those idiots. The reason you lost the forest in the first place was the standing dead trees in the landscape from years prior. They're not learning the lessons. They're just brain dead. It's heartening to hear the court explicitly recognize and emphasize this approach. Oh my God. They stopped the salvage logging. This is ridiculous. They even put quotations around the word salvage to make it look so evil. Oh my God. Dumbass policies like this are where we lost the Opal Creek wilderness. I will not forgive them. This is extremism. You have to fight it. Do you love the forest? You have to fight this crap. Look, salvage logging salvages the situation. Logging in recently burned areas does significant environmental harm. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's the best you can do. The environment cannot return and the forest will not be safe with dead fuels stacked all around the forest that's trying to grow back. It'll just, the secondary fire, when the trunks of the trees actually burn the second time, is going to be worse than the first one. And all of that was trying to regrow is just going to burn up again. This is ridiculous. It can increase future fire risk and hazards. Is this opposite day? Do they think we're stupid? How dumb are they? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm enraged. Federal judge halts post-fire salvage logging with salvage logging in quotation marks. You idiots had your chance. You have been disproven since 1933. I hate you. You're going to love the forest to death. And they're not yours. They're the public's. You should be hat in hand apologizing for your stupid ass policies that caused us in the first place. These people should be bowing and scraping and begging our forgiveness. Just like the idiots who burned up the orphan trees in the Calaveras State Trees Park. Did you see my Twitter post about that? They dared to make a propaganda video about how good that was going when they killed the orphans, 500 to 1,000-year-old trees. Okay, hope is gone. Hope is gone. Guess what? Timber is a commodity. That means there's one price for timber the entire world. Okay? It's going to be the same price. Just like copper, gold. So when a bunch of trees are destroyed by fire, like these millions of trees in 2020, if you quickly salvage as many as you can, they'll start rotting within 3 years, and then the wood will be useless. You can't make lumber out of it, can't build a house out of it, can't make a deck out of it, can't do anything with it. It'll be rotted. You need to scramble to get as many of those as you can on the market to save living trees elsewhere all around the world. The more available lumber there is on the market, the cheaper lumber gets. The cheaper lumber gets, the more that logging companies around the world decide they're not going to expand their operations that year. They're going to wait and see. So you're saving trees all the way around the world. So if you don't salvage log these millions here, that means millions elsewhere have to be cut down. I don't know why people are this stupid. After a mega fire, they think that there's little things growing back that can be crushed by the tractors. There is nothing growing back because it was a mega fire. All the seeds were obliterated, incinerated. There's nothing there to harm anymore. The mega fire that you, with your dumb policies, helped manufacture did maximum harm. It's a sterile environment. You have to start over. I'm just so upset. They are lying, straight up lying to the public. I don't know if they're Kool-Aid drinkers, like that far gone, like cultists, you know? I don't use that term flippantly. I mean Kool-Aid drinkers, as in your cult leader tells you to commit suicide. Oh, let me drink it. Like they're that extremist. We have to save the forest from environmental extremists as well as the earth rapers. Both. Extremes are bad. This is a gigantic uphill battle. Cascadia Wildlands. Okay, rubber stamp. Extremist group. Write them and fight them if they don't change. Everybody who cares about the environment. You guys are earth rapers. Look what you've done. Sorry, this upsets me so greatly. I like not being affiliated with, groups. I like being an independent. I don't know, I'm not really a journalist. I'm not a reporter. I like to be independent. These are just my opinions. I can voice them because I can just call it like I see it. I'm not paid by anybody. I don't have any conflicts of interest. If I see stupidity, I can just say this is stupid. I'm not going to get fired. I'm not going to worry about my retirement or whatever. Whatever. Mm. So I'm the kind of voice that I can give a voice to what a lot of people are thinking but can't voice, and they'll get fired from whatever agency they're working for. Sanity is in the center. We have to save our environment and our country from the extremists. If we don't, who will? We're running out of time. Their policies had a chance. It was proven to be BS. Absolute BS. I need to go dig up the most heartbreaking news I ever heard. When the Beachy Creek fire was just a tiny lightning strike fire up in the hills, I was really hoping they'd pounce on it because I saw so many standing dead trees in the landscape, no fire access roads, and the people who ran Jawbone Flats and the vicinities nearby scolded the firefighters and said, please don't put this out. Fire's natural in the landscape, and an old growth forest has nothing to fear from a little fire. And so when the 2020 Labor Day windstorm came, that little fire wasn't little anymore. And we lost the Opal Creek Wilderness, the last remaining big chunk of pristine old growth in the Cascades. It's not like this anymore. Gigantic trees, 600 years old trees. Mom and I got to see it in that March right before this all got destroyed. This is what it looks like now. It's sterile. That won't grow back. There's nothing to grow back. They're objecting to salvage logging stuff like this because something might be trying to grow back. It might get crushed under tractor wheels. There's nothing growing back. This was a pristine old growth forest. They fought for more than 40 years to protect it from logging. For what? You see one road because there's only one road. There used to be many in the landscape. You turn on a base layer here and you go to historic maps. You can see that there's a lot more roads on the old historic maps. This may not be a really good example. Yeah, to like the Silver King mine. There's what was once the town of Elkhorn. It was a tiny neighborhood. I think they had some fatalities there. People died because of this fire. You shouldn't put it out. Oh my God. The Black Eagle mine. They had little roads in the path to the Lutz Larson mine. This gold country. And so in March when I was there, I found some intersections and some of these old maps. This isn't really a good one. I mean, these are different geological survey maps. There were other roads, but you can see that there's just one. And if I started this way, I believe this is looking to the east. Start over on a hillside, like over here. All this devastation was mostly achieved in less than 24 hours. By the time I was covering it, I remember mid-fire, my mom sent me a picture. And I said, what the hell is, there's something wrong with your camera? She lived by Salem. It's far away, see? And I said, did you drop your phone? Like, your picture is so dark. What's going on? Is that Labor Day? And she goes, The sky is red here. And I looked and I said, was that picture taken last night? She goes, no, it's 4 in the afternoon, but it looks like it's nighttime and the sky is red. It's black on the top and red in the horizon. And I took a second look and said, that's it. I took my headset off. I said, I'm evacuating you. It was roaring to the west. And hundreds and hundreds of people were fleeing, and it was just destroying. It was destroying so many towns: Detroit Lake, Niagara, Gates, Mill City, and so many others. Elkhorn, Opal Creek Wilderness, plus Jawbone Flats and Heyman Lines, and they even evacuated Staten and Sublimity, and started thinking about evacuating Salem. They should have. Fire almost reached Silverton. And mostly within 24 hours, this all happened. So I just put my headset down, said, guys, I'm going to go evacuate my mom. And I came back many hours later. Just it was hell on earth with ash raining down in my hair, getting in my eyes. It's just my first taste of being downwind of a mega fire. And went door to door knocking on the doors of elderly people asking if they wanted a ride in my car to evacuate out. Marion County was really stupid, though. They had mandatory evacuation, 5-minute drive to the east, but didn't even have any sort of warning for evacuation in the neighborhoods by Salem where we were at. We're talking like 2 miles to the east, mandatory evacuation, but it was a different county. And so Marion County had a different way of doing evacuations, which was just absolutely stupid. And since there's very few bridges across the Willamette, the north-south river here, if the fire had come closer, like the wind had not changed directions, I think we would have had many, many seniors trapped in senior living communities like Woodburn and nearby in Silverton area, where they just would not have had a way to get out. It would have been like a paradise. But these old folks looked at me bewildered, like, should we fear something? I'm like, well, hot ash and chunks of burning debris are raining from the sky. It's nighttime at 4:30 in the afternoon, and the sky is red, where you can see it in the distance. Yes, you should be concerned. Pack up. I got a few people to start packing up and leaving, and then a moron came from around the corner, the know-it-all moron of the neighborhood, and said, she's an alarmist, she said about me. She doesn't really know what she's talking about with fire, and I almost got in a fist fight with her. She convinced the old folks to stop packing up, stop calling for their rides, and stay in the neighborhood. Don't you know if you leave the neighborhood, a whole bunch of looters will come around to take all of your stuff? Oh my God, I hate people like that. Go tell the CEO. Look, these people are attorneys. I've come to realize, when I was a kid, I used to donate to all these organizations. I donated and fundraised as a kid, door to door, to save the Opal Creek wilderness. It was a 40 plus, maybe even 50-year long battle to save the Opal Creek wilderness from, opening it up to logging and development. And it should not have been open to logging and development because it should have been a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's insanely beautiful. Well, it was. No longer is, of course. It's gone. I mean, look at that. Very few places in the United States are like that. It had a perfectly preserved gold mining ghost town, the only one left in the entire Cascade Mountains. So it had the heritage. There's also Native American sites in there, petroglyphs and the like. Thousands of years of history there. If, archaeologists are allowed and know about things to go in there. I mean, it's just a time capsule. And so the kind of logging that should have happened would be just remove the standing dead trees to make it safe, spruce up old fire access roads, keep the mining roads open so that you could put out a fire and you would have a chance to do that. But it became this. I stood on that bridge. You won't believe some of my footage. And one day I'm going to take you on a slideshow of my heartbreaking footage before and after, and I'm going to have to revisit it. Yeah, this is what I was in the beginning. Pretty minor fire, but no access roads. So there's a big controversy now. Should we have put smoke jumpers in? Because they would have immediately just taken care of it. It was a pretty small affair. They got it down to a pretty, very, very small fire because they dumped a lot of water on it with helicopters. But because it was a small fire in a remote wilderness, and other fires in 2020 at the time, in the summertime, took away the resources and there wasn't enough to go around, the helicopters were taken away. And then it got a little bit bigger again on the cusp of being put out. And like I said, they were hostile to the firefighters, the people who restored, at least some of them, the loudmouths who were mouthing off to the media, the people who restored Jawbone Flats, the ghost town. It's gone now, it burned down. I mean, this is like before. This is after. Now notice the standing dead trees all over the damn landscape. You see how now that's Boulder Creek Wilderness, but it looked like that. And you'll notice it when I share my videos. It raised the hair on the back of my neck. I almost said in my video, I don't think I will ever see this. Pit of my stomach, like my heart compass swung to the east again and again, saying, go look at Jawbone Flats and videotape it now. Today, you will never see this place. And I was like, oh God. But my mom was waiting for me back towards my car. She had a hurt knee. She thought she could make it all the way to Jawbone Flats. It was a 6-mile walk along what used to be a road, and they turned it into just a trail. Just in some spots, this is the beginning of a road. In some spots, wide enough for fire trucks, but it would narrow. And there were a couple of different bridges where fire trucks probably would collapse the bridges, like they just weren't up to snuff. So they just didn't maintain the roads like they should have for fire crews. They wanted everybody to hike in and walk in because it's so carbon neutral. Not have everybody drive here. Well, everybody drove all the way up to the trailhead anyway, and there was a parking lot, but whatever. Volunteer at Opal Creek. See all that dead stuff. The ancient forest center. The ancient forest is gone. They should be learning their lesson and saying, oh my God, we need to change. People who love the forest should be saying we should change the laws immediately. We were wrong. Fire access roads. This would have never happened. It'd be around for another couple thousand years for people to enjoy. I mean, I've never seen Indians object to roads. I've only seen like middle class white female enviro nuts object to roads in the wilderness, It's just the trendy thing. But this is the cathedrals. These are the cathedrals of Native Americans. They're the ones who have protected old growth before, and I think we should just hand back the keys to the Native Americans because we're incompetent. Like, white culture is new to this continent, and we're not bad. We've got all of our good intentions in the right place. But I've become humbled. I've become aware of just how much Europeans don't know jack about managing North America forest or North American landscape. And well, the people who have been here for 20,000+ years know a lot better. Should have listened to them in the first place. A lot of the early pioneers married into Native American families, and they got the tradition of, yeah, this is the entrance. I remember taking a picture by this tree. This is all gone. This is all dead. But the Native Americans, they knew. They're the ones who preserved those old growth. That's why they're still around. That's why there's trees from the Bronze Age and before Jesus was born still in the landscape in the West. They've got a lot of intelligence and centuries and centuries of experience. And so the white people that knew the most about this stuff were mostly the cattle ranchers and such, where the only way to stop, say, a lightning strike fire and save your herd is to light a backfire on the grass in front of the fire, to save your homestead, do all that stuff. And they learned from the Indians, they got those things, and they were told by the Forest Service and others to stop doing that. That's part of why all these mega fires start is 75 plus years, 100 plus years, 125 plus years in some of these forests. Natural fires weren't allowed to burn and reduce the fuel load. And the Native Americans and the white people that knew weren't allowed to practice, fuel reduction either. You can't just randomly do it. You can't randomly. This is another stupid white Eurocentric white idea. Oh, okay. Well, that was all bad. Let's just let all fires burn now from now on. No, you got to do this real slowly, really slowly, intelligently. You got to plan it out. And the secret is that control burns. One of the best ways to keep control is to do it in between roads and have crews at the ready. You don't just light a match on landscape and walk away. That's how you lose things like the orphans, which I already ranted about last stream. But how dare Cal Fire and these Calaveras State Trees Park people make this propaganda video after losing the orphans? Just see my Twitter. I can't fucking believe it. They just lit a match randomly before California's drought was over. Remember how wet and cold and snowy California was last winter? Well, they lit a control burn while it was still bone dry. And they didn't move the fuels away from the big ancient sequoias. So the dead trees and the baby trees near the ancient sequoias burned with such intensity that it killed the 1,000-year-old sequoias called the orphans. And they went, oopsie. Boy, we couldn't see that coming. You couldn't wait till after winter when it wasn't bone dry? Yeah, you could see that coming. So it was EnviroNuts and the power company that basically caused the Beach Creek Fire's devastation. Environmentalists, it's only you that EnviroNuts will listen to. You have to shout down your extremists and say, get the hell out of here. Loggers aren't evil. You want to protect the forest, you change rules about logging. You change laws about fire access road can only be used for that purpose. You don't just create a hate cult. Most firefighters, most loggers are firefighters, like to a high percentile, like 90-something percent. They love the forest too. Please don't confuse a worker with some evil CEO at a company. So this has been upsetting, friends. Completely upsetting. I'm going to play for you now what I said earlier. Let's get back to the tragedy of that helicopter crash. I did highlight the video. I will fast forward to what's relevant. We should study disasters, see how they could be prevented. This is not a morbid curiosity thing. I want answers as well as anybody else does. So 258 something. End of Beachy Creek rant. But only the people who are members of these organizations putting a lot of pressure from the bottom up are going to reach these people. I've become jaded. Like I said, when I was a kid, I would donate money to these things. I believed, loggers just, they hate trees. That's why they're loggers. I mean, that's the propaganda they put out. Wolves have never killed anybody. Yeah, they have. packs of wolves used to roam Paris during their revolution, during that big famine. So they ate all the deer and stuff. Deer starved to death in the forest, and people were starving to death because the crops failed. There wasn't much to eat, so the wolves infiltrated Paris and started eating people alive in the alleyways. And they got used to eating human flesh because they were first eating the bodies. So the peasants and people of Paris had to chase the wolf pack onto the island that Notre Dame is on, trapped them on the island, and that's how they cornered them and finished them off with pitchforks and knives and stuff. Peasant brutality, but I mean, they killed dozens of people. Like, just because it's rare doesn't mean it never happened. When they say there's never been a documented wolf attack, they mean videotaped. There's plenty of documentation about it. So it's up to us to be wary and respectful, just like we are with sharks, but don't trust them. Don't get vulnerable. Don't go bleeding into the water. Don't go walking around wolf habitat and feeding animals and getting them used to people and training them that humans eat equal food. Don't be stupid. That's the way we live with them. Don't be stupid. But all these groups, I don't feel like they're authentic anymore. A lot of times attorneys will manipulate people with their good intentions. The thing about people who are very passionate about something is they're the easiest to pull the wool over their eyes if you tell them what they want to hear. And a lot of things like animal rights groups and stuff, it's just usually a bunch of lawyers and attorneys who just like to sue and sue and sue, and they get just tons of money. And they pretend that they're on board with whatever. And they're just laughing all the way to the bank. They don't believe what they're even saying. So you gotta wonder about the motivation of the people at the top. People at the bottom are pretty pure of heart, but it's up to them to cleanse the fakes and the charlatans from their own organization. Otherwise, everybody loses trust. The Catholic Church covered up their misdeeds, and where to get them? Just people leaving it in droves. Broken trust. You have to expose the evil within and eject it, or people lose trust. So I'm now losing trust. Even after seeing the disaster of what happened with Opal Creek, they're still saying salvage logging is bad and demonizing loggers, and they just want to keep up that hate cult and beat that hate drum. Do you really care about the forest? Somebody at the top doesn't. Or they're so fervently rabid that they shouldn't be in charge. You have to have people who can think, people who can adapt, people who can admit they're wrong, and people who can build a brighter future. If ego gets in the way, you can't have that. Looking back at the chat, the organization GP is a bunch of lawyers and they plan emotions. Exactly, they're manipulating us. They're manipulating us. All right, let me go back up to chat. I'm sorry, ignored it for a bit. So, exactly, Cheryl. The indigenous tribes and the natives should be all over him. But you know what? The natives of Oregon are being crapped upon, and I'm so embarrassed by it. Joseph Meek was one of the first sheriffs of Oregon, if not the first. He married an Indian wife and had land out by Highway 26 in Washington County, and it's one of the last pristine parts of the Tualatin Plains. That's a very rare habitat, but the county has decided to develop all of the Tualatin Plains and push out growth boundaries, so the farmland's disappearing and all these historical sites are being plowed under. This is like the first white man's church ever west of the Rocky Mountains, I believe, was near his land, and it was called the Methodist Meeting House, and it's next to sacred Indian land. Because if you look at where burials happen in the West, Usually, white man cemeteries are right next to Indian sacred tree groves because just the sacredness of the place just sort of fills you with it. And that's where they put the churches. And so the Methodist Meeting House was like a little miniature church, like a one-room log cabin where there were so few white people living and, you know, half Indian whites and mixed race people, the Métis. And there were a lot of other types of settlers, Hawaiians, Kanakas, um, and not just like white and Indian, but even some black pioneers. There were just so few people in the area anymore because so many Indians had died that they came from hundreds of miles around to get to these churches, and they buried most of their dead in one spot. So the Indian wife of Joseph Meek, the trapper and sheriff, she lived to be extremely old, and a lot of their kids did not survive. You know, they had measles and diphtheria and stuff. So they were buried where the Methodist Meeting House was, and it was lost. The location of it was lost, but there was some sleuthing done by local historians. I know a couple of them. I'm not in touch right now, but they found out where the Methodist Meeting House was, and so thus the half Indian children's graves. I mean, Joseph Meek is a legend. He's one of those figures that prove that the trappers and the Indians and the settlers could all get together and live in harmony. He was pretty enraged that his daughter was killed in the Whitman massacre by the Cayuse Indians, but that was in Washington. So he joined the Cayuse Indian War, but with all the Indians, it would be peaceful to him. He was peaceful with them. And he never got rid of his Indian wife. I mean, the Indian wives of trappers were mainly, but I don't say mainly, but much of the time it was a business arrangement. And it was not supposed to be temporary, and they never divorced their white wives anyway back east, you know. Like, it was an arrangement, wink, right? With all parties involved. But he fell in love with his Indian wife, and she was amazing. Lived to be past 100, I think. And so they didn't preserve his homestead or anything, and the Methodist Meeting House was not preserved. And they finally found out where it was and found the graves, and they found that a warehouse was to be built on the site. So you would think that people would step in and say, please don't build over Indian graves. Please move the warehouse 15 feet that way. There's just a corner of the warehouse going to be in that footprint. This is one of the most important archaeological sites west of the Rocky Mountains. Oregon was settled first before anything west of the Rocky Mountains. I mean, it was by boat. It was by the Pacific. So you would think the Eastern Oregon would have the first settlements. It doesn't. It's Western Oregon. And they didn't preserve it. They decided to go ahead with their plan and just bulldoze the site and put the warehouse on top of it. The Indians are getting crapped upon still. I don't think they have enough power here to do much. I've tried to stand up for them at meetings and such, like when they wanted to make the Tualatin over by Gaston. The locals at Gaston in the 1800s and turn of the century wanted the Tualatin Indians, who went down to a population of 50 or so after the diseases. They wanted to give them their own reservation on their own sacred land, so they chose a place by Gaston for it, and they asked the feds to give them that land. They said, this is our own private land. We would like to give it to the Indians so that they could live, because it's got all their food source. Yeah, Wapato Lake. It was a lake. It had been drained for onion farming, but it was once a place where there's lots and lots of wildlife, such as migratory birds. So the Indians would. Wapato is like a potato type of a tuber. It grows in water. So the Indians made bread out of it, basically. It's like a gluten-free bread, right? It keeps for a long time. Then they would have the waterfowl and the fish, salmon, and of course beaver's on the menu for Indians. It's actually a delicacy. So other types of food source, all the elk came there to graze, and so it'd be the perfect place for the Indians to do for themselves. But the feds said no. Like the locals tried to help them. The feds said no and shipped them off to Grand Ronde Indian Reservation. They pretty much lost their identity and just kind of merged with that hodgepodge of tribes. It was forcible removal and absolutely atrocious. So when they went to make this wildlife refuge, the feds were like, it's open for public comment. So I showed up and said, they said, what should we do with this land? A lot of duck hunters were there because the duck hunting proceeds from their hunting permits and whatnot were used to purchase the land to make the refuge, right? So they were there to make sure that that duck hunting was allowed. You don't. They're pretty enraged, but this happens a lot. They take the money from hunters, fishermen, and trappers to buy up a natural area where they were hunting, fishing, and trapping, and then they ban hunting, fishing, and trapping on it, right? So if you do that to too many places, the funding that preserves the place dries up, and you have an unfunded place that goes to hell. I showed up at this meeting, and I raised my hand. It's hard to be noticed to the crowd of all the duck hunters. And I said, you want to know what we should do with the land? And they go, what? And I said, give it back to the Indians. Find the descendants of the Tualatans and give it back. And then the park ranger blinked at me like I was from Mars and went, uh-huh. That was her reaction. Uh-huh. I'm like, write this down. They were writing down everybody else's opinion. I'm like, hey, write this down. I'm serious. She goes, next comment. And then she wrote down the opinion of a duck hunter. And I just went, oh my God. Oh my God. So the Methodist Meeting House, I don't know where this is, by Hillsboro, West Union. Somewhere over here. I don't know which one of these horrible giant warehouses. This used to be all just plains, a very rare habitat, but it's all getting developed. Some of the richest farmland in the world, and it's all getting developed. Paleo-Indian archaeological sites should have been here. There's lots of remains of mammoths and stuff, like when they dug the tunnel for the MAX train. It's all going to hell. There's not going to be much left of the Tualatin Plains. This plains, this stupid cities here like Hillsboro and Loa and Beaverton and stuff, they're planting trees everywhere. Like, don't do that, please. It's supposed to be plains. And they're not planting the native oaks. It's supposed to be an oak savanna. They're planting like foreign fir trees and fire flammable trees and stuff. And it's acidifying the soil with all the pine needles and just changing it and destroying it. The Indians don't have a lot of power out here, but they should. Like, please, I can't stop my own culture from destroying this landscape and being stupid. Maybe you guys can. Oh well. So Carney says old growth should get the most management and not the least. Yeah, you were exactly right, Carney. They are dying for too many too close to each other in drought. Exactly. I tried to explain yesterday that you should not be happy about small trees growing up at the base of large trees. The small trees are the fire ladder. Small trees are not fire resistant like the old trees are. So when they go up in flames, even if they don't set the big tree on fire, the heat from the small tree's fire will kill the big tree. The small trees growing at the base of big trees are the assassins of the big trees, not the friends, not the children, the assassins. They should only be allowed to grow if there's room for them. Other than that, they're just a bunch of brush. It's not going to make it anyway. They're going to have stunted growth. They're not going to thrive. They're in shade. But they'll grow just tall enough, and then they'll start dying. Their limbs will start dying to threaten the big trees. It's really sad. So looking back at Cheryl, emotions are a part of life. Yeah, but passions need to be reined in. Head must rule the heart. Exactly. Antony, Antony. Emotions are a part of life. Exactly. You know, I don't like seeing a wounded animal and snapping its neck. Every time I've ever had to do that, I feel like the sorrow. I feel like crying again. But I've come across animals hit by cars with their backs broken and their guts spilled all over the road. There's just the right thing to do sometimes. And if nobody else will stop, I will. Nobody else will do it, I will. You just end suffering. My heart says help the animal. I want to help the animal. And the first time I came across an animal this far gone, a cat with its back broken, I hurt that cat by letting it into my car and taking it to a 24-hour vet, where I got scolded by the vet saying, "Why did you just make it suffer bringing it here? It's from the waist down, it's like a pancake, woman. You think an animal's going to recover from that?" But I was young. I was bawling, and it looked just like the cat I had in childhood. And he goes, softens a little bit. He goes, "Give the gift of mercy. It's something. That's the best thing you can give sometimes." So even though my heart says help the animal and try to like give it water, help it, head says it's not going to make it, and you have to go with what is the right thing, not what your heart tells you to do all the time. So, but a lot of people never get to that stage of maturity. It's maturity. A lot of times, organizations are taking advantage of people, and that they want to make money off that passion. So they promote immaturity, and they'll tell immature people like I got yelled at for telling this story on YouTube, because I saw something ridiculously stupid. I saw a cat that had been hit by a car on a YouTube video, and the cat was like coughing up blood, and its back was broken, and it was in a gutter. It was panting, and its eyes were rolling in the back of its head. It was not going to make it. Some idiot comes by and puts a flower next to the cat. And then like prayed. And then a water bottle appeared in the frame. They were trying to give it water. So I said, "Guys, that's the wrong thing to do. End the suffering. It's not going to make it." So what I do, I get like some, person with the mentality and emotional maturity of a 4-year-old saying I'm an animal hater, right? Uh, I should go to hell. They told me I should, burn, all that kind of stuff. That I don't have a heart. And the people in the video saved the animal. They were sure of it. But a-holes like me would come around and kill it. And all these organizations will pat somebody on the head like that and say, you're ethically more moral than somebody else. That's like the high that these people get. And yeah, you should hate anybody who would kill an animal. Like and also donate to us. We represent you, right? These organizations are keeping people in a state of immaturity and a mentally unhealthy thought. They are promoting it and encouraging it and normalizing it. It's like a cult. Oh no, nobody says that Trump's a mature person. Cheryl, telling people to rake leaves isn't mature. That was cruel. In fact, I railed against that. One of my first fire streams, I was yelling at the stupidity of Trump and Newsom and their evil. They're really evil. They screamed at each other, pointed the finger at each other, blamed each other for the Paradise Fire. And the victims were in between. They were like two rabid dogs, just with a bone in between them, and that was the victims. They both decided that they would threaten to withhold funding from the fire victims unless they got 100% control of the disaster. And so Trump goes, well, they should have raked. Oh my God. So I went to the Gold Nugget Museum's Facebook site and I scrolled down. And a month before the Paradise Fire or so, there are all these pictures of people holding rakes because they did rake their community. They did that. They already did that, Trump. Idiot. Trump even went to Paradise, and that was just. People had some hopes in him for a bit. There's a lot of conservatives there. I think rural California is mostly conservative. And they lost their hope like I did, that anybody would help them, D or R next to their name. No politics, please, like that. There's so much to blame to go around for both parties and both sides. I'm in the middle. I'm a moderate. I'm an endangered species moderate. Biden's done some amazing stuff for wildfires. He stepped in during the Tamarack fire because no matter what happens, here's my policy. You pat people on the head when they do something good for wildfires, and you shame them to hell like they deserve when they do something incredibly bad related to wildfires, even if it's the same person, right? So the what Biden did is he stepped in and told the Forest Service, "What the hell are you doing?" After the Tamarack fire got out of control and crossed state lines and took out neighborhoods, that was the first big fire of 2021. Predates the Dixie and all that. And the Tamarack had to be abandoned because the Dixie broke out and the Caldor, right on the cusp of being defeated. So what he did is he told the Forest Service, "Stop your stupid let burn policy immediately." That was good. You know how screwed we would have been if he didn't do that? However, he's done bad things. He handed $1 billion to PG&E. So, like I did last stream, I raged against that. He's just handing Newsom whatever he wants. Instead of telling Newsom, screw you, you are taking the money of PG&E, and half these fires in California and those $1 billion disasters are California's fault because you're covering the ass of PG&E and not holding them accountable. You're not getting any federal money. California's got to pay for its own mess. Good luck with re-election. Instead of doing that, which he should have, he just hands out free money from the feds. So the feds and you and me, the taxpayer, are paying for California's wildfires that PG&E starts. Up to 73% of the bill. Like, this is bankrupting the nation. And he hands PG&E $1 billion to keep open the last nuclear power plant, the one that's with Diablo Canyon, that any moment that there's a tsunami in the Pacific, it'll be melted down just like Fukushima. It's supposed to be shut down because of the tsunami's threat to it. But Newsom decided to keep it open, and $1 billion to keep it open just came handed like a gift on a platter from Biden to PG&E. PG&E, the corporation that I think has got the highest kill count now in the nation, but I'm not really sure if a corporation has killed more people than PG&E has, but I'll have to do a little research on that. What terrifies me about Biden is I don't know that he's healthy enough to be the president, and that's what terrifies me. But if you think that there's a good side and a bad side, it's way too simplistic. You don't have enough information. You haven't studied this hard enough. You haven't studied the issues hard enough to see if both sides are doing some good things, but both sides are screwing the public in general, for the most part. And it's people getting screwed. Corporations are thriving, though. Wall Street bulls got their pockets full. Now, let's look back at Watch Duty. We are on our own for a lot of things, but there is hope if we can educate enough people, demand change. What I would like to see is compromise. Compromise and moderates used to hold the extremists in check, but too much of the country is going to extreme right, extreme left, and we've seen the result, and I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of it. Oh yeah, he's something else. But even broken clocks are right twice a day. He is absolutely right about forest mismanagement. However, I don't think he's the right person to set it right. Okay, just ask yourself honestly the question: do you think Trump gives a damn about earth raping, or would he like be for or against it? I mean, the kind of like pillaging the landscape and moving on kind of thing that corporations used to do, used to be allowed to do. I mean, honestly, you know. And surprisingly, Biden has allowed a lot of non-environmentally friendly things to happen that I'm kind of puzzled why environmentalists don't hate him, actually. Um, wasn't he allowing oil drilling and stuff in Alaska again, and a couple of sneaky things? And I don't know. But being throwing $1 billion to keep a nuclear power plant open that could melt down and pepper California and Nevada with nuclear fallout, and probably some other states, and destroy the environment for 30,000 years in a row. You'd think the environmentalists would be mad at that, but they're asleep at the wheel. The anti-CO2 thing is so invasive now to people's minds that that's actually the reason that Newsom said that it should be open. At least it's not CO2. CO2 is deadlier than the risk of nuclear fallout. No, it isn't, you idiot. Oh my God. To me, the world's just gone insane. Yeah, you know, and where on both sides are the peace lovers like I am? I am not for this Ukraine thing. I'm not saying we should have never helped them, but I am totally against the warmongering. Why aren't we in peace talks? Why from the get-go wasn't the utmost done to prevent the war? It was just saber-rattling, shield-banging, vicious anti-Russia rhetoric from the get-go. I mean, yeah, Putin's a crazy man. We know that. He's a warmonger. We know that. He already committed war crimes in places like Chechnya. We already know a lot about him. But why, from the get-go, was the rhetoric so anti-Russian as to galvanize the people with him against us? Like, why, from the get-go, were peace talk? Was it peace the emphasis? It was just antagonistic and lying about history too. That was something else. Pretending like the Ukraine owned the Crimea was a weird thing. In fact, the United Kingdom said that to Russia, that the Ukraine is owned, the Crimea is owned by the Ukraine. Last time that England was in the Crimea, they were trying to take it away from Russia. There's this movie called Charge of the Light Brigade. Russia took the Crimea away from the Ottoman Empire. And there's 75 to 78% Russian ethnic groups there today. The Crimean Tatars, the remnants of the Mongol horde that was in the area, got deported to Siberia because they helped the Nazis during World War II, and they tried to help the Ottoman Turks, that's unforgivable to them. So they got deported, the Russians settled there. And Khrushchev in the 60s, since he was Ukrainian, symbolically handed some civil control to the Ukrainians, like civil administration. It was nothing but symbolic. Like, the Russians shed their blood for that land, taking it from the Ottoman Turks. So in reality, if anybody should have the land back, it would be the Crimean Tatars. They'd be invited to come back from wherever they were exiled from. Nevertheless, here's England telling Russia, as soon as Russia got it from the Ottoman Turks, England declared war on Russia and invaded the Crimea and tried to take it from them. Because they thought Russia would become too powerful as the Ottoman Empire fell. And they did that really stupid charge of the light brigade, light cavalry charging, 17 batteries of cannon, something like that. And they got their asses handed to them and had to wipe peace out of there. So here's you, United Kingdom lying to the public like the United States was, saying that Russia annexed the Ukraine. Are you serious? So once you start screwing with history, I mean, go read the history books. I'm not lying. What Russia did was revoke the Ukrainian ability to govern once basically civil war type stuff started happening. There's been a lot of civil war going on the Donetsk region, where Russian civilians get blown up by bombs, Ukrainian civilians get blown up by bombs, aircraft get blown out of the sky, Malaysia Airlines. This has been going on for a long time. So where was the United States in promoting peace? Nowhere. Just eating popcorn and watching this human catastrophe happen. This bitter genocidal like warfare against each other too, and they're so similar. They're like brother and sister cultures. The Russian culture comes from the Ukrainian culture. They really should be getting along. But what have we done? We've done nothing but make it worse. We've made it worse. We've asked Ukraine to choose between us and them. And one thing that Russia can't lose is warm water ports. And so if they lost the Crimea, they lose the warm water ports. That ain't happening. Every Russian will die to the last man to prevent that from happening, because their economy will collapse. They won't be able to defend themselves because they won't have a navy in the Black Sea. So that just will never happen. So they will fight and fight and fight and fight until they get complete control of that region. So us, the West, saying Ukraine should have it, that just means that's a recipe for eternal warfare. This is not peace. We just stoked the fires. Us and Russia. We grabbed the Ukraine like mad dogs. The Ukraine is this piece of meat in between our jaws, and we're just shaking it. They're the ones suffering. We're not for peace, and that's what I am disgusted by. Where are the peace talks already, for the love of God? Nobody's going to win. This could be Vietnam for 30 years. You know, England and France had the 100 Years' War. It really did last generations. That's what we're in store for. Nobody's going to win this. Peace is the only. And through peace talks. And no more crap, no more lies, no more propaganda. Divide the land so that both parties are happy. Or happier than during warfare. That's how you get peace. But we're not doing it. We're just putting, if this was a jukebox, if war was a jukebox, we're putting in endless quarters. We're not promoting peace. That's what I'm disgusted by. I don't know where the peace lovers are. Like, where are the isolationists on the right? Where are the hippies on the left? Bueller? Where's all the sanity gone? Somebody arguing in chat? Approved more pipelines and more fracking. Yeah. That's something that puzzles me. I think the left has just got this idea of anything better than Trump, but that's a toxic idea. Never vote for who's just better than somebody else, right? Vote for who actually will do something positive and stick to your guns with it. The toxic narrative of, oh, that person can't win, so don't vote for him. Choose between the lesser of two evils. Where has that got us in the last 20 years? That's we're going down the, cue the toilet flushing sound effect. Cue the toilet flushing sound effect right there. don't. Just vote for who you think will actually help the situation. Yeah, Ukraine people deserve to be supported. And of course they do. Putin is, nobody got mad at Putin when he was committing war crimes and atrocities against Grozny because those were Muslims. The world's had a long time to stand up to Putin and just didn't. It's just been rolling over. But war may not be the best way to support the Ukrainian people, especially when they can't win. They can't take Moscow. They can't. Are we expecting them to? Air superiority wins the war, and we didn't give them any planes or pilots. They're using tanks, for God's sake. Tanks have been obsolete since World War II. Aircraft just take out tanks. There's no defense from air traffic. Tank warfare is ridiculous. They're partying like it's 1939. It is not supporting Ukraine to perpetuate a war that's just hurting them. No, we should not roll over for Russia. Get real, roll up your sleeves, and actually be for peace. That's the way to support Ukraine, to end this crap immediately. This is an unnecessary manufactured war. I'll never be for such a thing. You can't demonize one side and eliminate the one side. That's called genocide. So real peace comes with both sides coming to an agreement that both sides can live with, because a bad peace is even worse than war. I support an agenda? No, I don't. I don't hear anybody talking about peace. When's the last time you heard anybody talking about peace? This is a war of atrocity. There's kids getting blown up. You want me to be pro-war where these kids are getting blown up? Look, we've defended other nations before from Russia without arming them and winding them up and saying, "Go get killed now. Go get a bunch of your soldiers killed now. Go suffer your buildings to get blown up now." Russia's got missiles. Russia has got missiles. And eventually they're going to just start raising the cities like they did in Chechnya. They're just going to start pushing buttons when they run out of troops. It's going to get nasty. You ain't seen nothing yet. Those chemical weapons Assad was using in Syria? What do you think Russia's going to resort to when they run out of troops and run out of tanks? They're not going to give up. They'll push buttons. And that, you'll see atrocity like never before. It'll be World War II style erasing cities. Now, 1/8 of the world's food comes from Ukraine. The longer this goes on, the more likely we're going to have a second Chernobyl there, because they're already firing next to a giant nuclear power plant. We can't even stop them from fighting next to a nuclear power plant. People have got to wake up to how serious this is. Stop this immediately. Go to the table and work it out. Share the land. Put little flowers in your damn gun barrels. Bury the hatchet. Come up with an agreement where both sides can get at least what they need, if not what they want. And that's how you prevent more war. Otherwise, it doesn't end. Yeah. Now, if you scare the living crap out of the Russian people, it makes them support their dictators. I'm sorry. That's just basic human psychology. And so I was very disappointed when I heard all the rhetoric of, we're going to put sanctions on the Russian people so bad, they're all going to be poor. Well, guess what? That played right into Putin's hands. So that really made me mistrust the message. What are you really after here? Yeah, I do not think whatever the mainstream media tries to tell me about. I've been to Russia. I have friends in the Ukraine. I have friends in Russia. And the way that Putin is in power is he says that the world's against us. So when the world says we're all going to gang up on Russia now, and literally says that, like, we're going to make all the Russians poor with these sanctions. Ah, ha, ha. He is believed and he's supported, even though the people really don't really like him. I was almost blown up by a suicide bomber in the subways of Russia. Putin used that instance to try to get reelected and tried to justify his war against those evil Muslims. And I just talked to the Russians and said, "What the hell do you think happened here? Nobody claimed this. No terror organization claimed this." And the Russians shrugged at me and they said, "Putin probably did it." And I went, "What? If you truly believe that, why is he still in power? Why hasn't there been some riots? Why hasn't he been dragged out into the street?" And he goes, and the people shrugged and said, "Because he's the strongest leader we have, because the West and the rest of the world is against us. At least he's defending us from the West." That's what they said. And they weren't happy saying this, but they didn't see another strong person. They said Boris Yeltsin was a big drunk embarrassment, just handed away the country, partied with this blowjob Clinton guy, you know. And so here comes a smart, pretty evil, but Darth Vader style person who would tame the chaos. He tamed the chaos of the economy that was before. Yeltsin was asleep at the wheel, and he let the oligarchs, like, he let gangster corporations take over, and banditry ruled the land. If you want to go from Moscow to Rostov, not the one on the Don, Rostov north of Moscow, you had to pay about 6 different bandit groups to make it there safely if you were a truck driver and to deliver your goods. There were checkpoints of bandits, and they'd say, "Pay the toll if you want to, safely make it to your destination." If you want to get a driver's license, you could take that test 20 times, but until you handed over $200, you didn't get your driver's license. You can't deprive Russia of warm water ports, or they'll kill every last citizen trying to get them back. Their economy will collapse. They will not have a defensible country. It's a lot like allowing the Japanese to take Hawaii and San Francisco and Portland and Seattle. Would you ever feel safe living anywhere in the United States if the Imperial Japan, the evil ones, the ones who committed genocide and such atrocity against the Chinese, talking to Imperial Japan, not like today's Japan, would you have felt safe if they were allowed to have their warships in our ports in San Francisco? Hell no, that's not an option. You had to get rid of it. Hawaii is not a place that we can afford to lose. It's the key to defending the Pacific. It's key to defending the West Coast. So the United States would have fought Japan to the last man to take back Hawaii if they had bothered to take it. Just forever. Otherwise, you don't have a country if you don't have a secure country. So I'm saying you have to recognize reality. So even though evil dictators are kind of recognized as being evil, there's a reason they get a lot of support. They end chaos and they end petty crime type stuff. I tell you what, even though I was almost blown up by a bomb, there was a cop on every street corner in Moscow that year, and I had no fear of getting mugged. I could have taken $1,000 in cash and just waved it around and like this. The streets of Moscow, fifth largest city in the world, millions of people walking past me. I could have just waved around cash. I would have never been mugged. I've never felt safer ever walking in a city. It was incredible. It was like a wonderland. They had enough cops to get the job done. I saw some incredible things. They had horse cops and stuff. There was a guy walking down the street with a big duffel bag, and it looked really suspicious, like a kind of like a maybe it was a bomb or something. And so a bunch of horse cops surrounded him, like a bunch of Cossacks, with rifles in their back, and they did a Cantabrian circle around this guy, ordered him to put his bag down, step away from it, and it was like watching some ancient battlefield maneuver, like Scythians and stuff. It was incredible. And they had incredible coordination to their law enforcement. I mean, they had that subway bombing anyway, which was why it was so suspicious. Why a lot of people thought, well, maybe Putin did it, because every time I got on the subway, my bag was checked, everything down to a purse, a pouch, a satchel. They would just take you and say, arms up, pat down, like it's, the airport. And some people might say, oh, my rights were violated, like uppity, Americans, but I don't give a damn. I felt safe, you know. There really were terrorists prowling the city. I don't know if Putin did it. That was just a rumor. Later, it was supposedly claimed by a terror organization associated with Chechnya, but I know that I almost died, and when I got home that night, well, to where I was staying, and watched the news, they showed everything on TV, and people that were in line with me on the subway that I must have rubbed elbows with. I mean, their human remains just splattered all over the subway, and their cops were picking up human kidneys and putting them in a bag. So I didn't give a damn about getting my papers checked, getting my purse checked, going into a movie theater. I don't. Just didn't give a damn. I'm in their country anyway. So it's that kind of protection. If good people are not strong enough and don't or radiate a sense of strength and power, then evil dictators move right in and get elected and get supported. That's a big, big lesson. You always have to radiate strength, liberal or conservative, whatever you are, so that evil dictators just don't waltz in with support when people get scared. Of course, Ukraine deserves our support, but if we were serious about supporting them, we would give them a whole bunch of airplanes. I just don't know what's going on. Proxy wars with Russia just have to end. This will never. What happens is just history is going to repeat itself. There were two mega superpowers in the Bronze Age called Egypt and Assyria. It was like the United States and the Soviet Union, right? All these other little countries, Judea, the Jews running around, and Canaanites and the Hittites and the Elamites, remnants of the Babylonians and such. They're all captives, they're in between the jaws of the two superpowers, especially those in Holy Land, right? And they need to either be with one side or the other. And so, like, for example, in Judea, they choose the Egyptian side, and Egypt doesn't back them, and so the temple gets burned. You get carted off. Whoops. And another one of those happened, but I think God stepped in with the plague, right? I think that was Sennacherib. Anyway, you get the idea. But what Egypt and Assyria did was bleed each other dry, and they never noticed the rising powers just beyond their borders across the sea. And when the climate changed, crops failed, and drought hit, and mean and nasty invader dudes came in, they had bled each other dry. They had hurt each other so badly, and all the nations of the Levant got stuck in between, that the sea peoples came, just probably not much more sophisticated than ordinary pirates, and they took over everything. And they ruined all of civilization for 500 years. People forgot how to read and write for 500 years, ushered in a massive dark age. And so every single civilization in the entire Middle East collapsed except for Egypt, and they almost did. They had to peace out. They had to do a white peace. They had bled themselves dry in the conflict with Assyria. Until late, they banded together against these sea people, right? So what's America and Russia doing? Still bleeding each other dry. Who else is coming around that we're blind to right now? I'm very worried for the country. Extremely worried. Wildfires didn't even get mentioned at the last presidential debates. It's doing more damage to our country than war ever has. John Sayer says, oh, hey, how are you, by the way? All tours done, tuning in. I'm here for fire reporting. And boil up some bear urine. I think we should boil up some bear urine and take a few shots. Is there a man with a funny hat just to your left? What the hell? You're pranking me, man? But, what could we do with all the money going towards wars? What if we just back the Ukraine with, sensible peacetime type of stuff? What if we actually just stopped antagonizing Russia and let them freaking be? You get your warm water port. All right, here's what you need. And you don't mess with the Ukrainians anymore. And you give them something in return. Capiche? That's the way peace works. What could we be doing with the money? Maybe fortifying our own nation against wildfires and such. Alas. I'm going to play you some pretty sad audio. It's from the mid-air collision. You're not going to hear anything gruesome. There's nothing like that. It's not like live. It's not the helicopters involved. I went back and made a bunch of timestamps so that we don't waste our time hearing, regular heart attack calls and stuff. Let me, excuse me for the paper rustling noise. Let me write this down. I needed to do work today. Shouldn't get on these topics. It's half relevant because when they say there's no money for firefighters and their benefits, most firefighters in rural areas have to be volunteer. There should not be no such thing as a rural volunteer firefighter. They should be paid handsomely because they're the ones defending our nation. All right. So, end of Ukraine rant. I generally don't allow political debate type stuff in the chat. It's got to be super respectful. But we are now officially switching subjects back to the awful events of today. But those are my thoughts. We are wasting all of our money on a war that doesn't need to happen. Enabling Ukrainians to throw their lives away is not supporting them. Supporting them would be like helping them build defenses and stuff and helping them have more pieces. Like part of negotiation with peace is what can you put on the table and use as a bargaining chip? We could be handing them bargaining chips. but we're not. We seem to be profiting off this war. We seem to be selling them stuff and or giving stuff. We got warned about the military-industrial complex, but we're bleeding ourselves dry too. How can we support them if we don't have any money ourselves and we default? And we can't even afford our own food and don't make anything anymore. We're also showing how weak we are when we don't have the capacity to manufacture enough ammunition to hand it to them. That's showing our enemies how weak we are. Let's just start building things here again. I do feel sorry for the nations that we abuse. Like Afghanistan. What do we do to Afghanistan? If you think Ukraine in the future is going to like totally love us for doing this, well, does Afghanistan love us? Oh yeah, we enabled that hell to go on for a long time. Especially when declassified stuff will come out about how manufactured this was and how peace could have been on the table the whole time. And that'll be later. This will come back to haunt us. Okay. Now, let's see, where's the file? I had it open. So, the airplanes involved in the crash was November 4037 Sierra. That's the Sikorsky. This is its actual look. These are actual photos of it. It's just one of those sky cranes with a snorkel. And media is like, well, was it full of retardant or not at the time? That really doesn't matter. Was it retardant or was it water? It really doesn't matter. Like, it does not matter. I had 2 people on board. They both survive. They do a hard landing. And you're not going to hear anything but mostly air attack in this audio that I have gotten due to your kind donations. Now, this is the exact helicopter involved. The real helicopter is in the thumbnail where I put the rows on it. And like I said, they make a weird loop here in their trajectory, in their flight path here. I don't know why. I don't know if they're looking at something, or ironically, they got the wrong memo and thought that they had to stay out of the path of other craft. But since the helicopters are supposed to be at 3,000 feet, which I learned from this audio, which you'll hear, that means they kind of have to go to the fire through this mountain pass, or right over this place and go around the flatland, right? Sort of happened near Banning Airport. So they've either got to go through the pass, because over here are mountains that are almost 4,000 feet high. Or they have to go up higher, which Air Attack was telling people not to be higher than that if you're a helicopter, right? Helicopters are at 3,000. Air Attack was at 5,500. And airplanes were at 4,000. It's really damn low considering that this terrain is around 4,000 feet high. Maybe even a little bit higher over here. Fire is over here. Esperanza and Broadway. So structure fire started spreading south into vegetation, and they would desperately want to stop it before we get up here into the mountains. Now, this loop, I think, was what was fatal and what killed them. I don't know if it's a communication problem or whatever, but if they didn't do this, they wouldn't have been in exactly the same place at exactly the same time as the other helicopter. Now, don't ask me why, but these lines don't line up on flight radar. Like I can't see a point where they intersect. But go watch the Blancalero video. He imports the KML file, which you can do here. See where it says KML and CVS? He imports that into Google Earth to get a much more accurate picture of what went on. So you can hit play, but it goes by real fast. This is kind of stuck, excuse me. You can hit play, and you can see the helicopter going. It's roughly the same route. It's not exact. In the Blanco video, he shows that after the collision, it makes an abrupt left turn and sits down, I think, on the hillside right there. Now, some of the cameras may have caught the collision, but it was past 12 hours when I woke up and heard about this. This happened around 7:02 p.m. if the FAA data is correct on that. It seems to line up in general with what they're saying on this audio tape here. What? C-Pro, did you say something? Okay, sorry. Must have been his radio he's carrying around. He's coming and going. All right. So, in order to make sense of what you're about to hear, sorry, let me look at chat. Desi, hello. You're being domestic. Um, in order to understand what's going on, there's a couple confusing things. So the Bonito incident is the crash. Excuse me, not Benito, Bonita. Like I said, fires are named after roads that are nearby. So if we go back to Caltopo and go to Cabazon, California. This is a really old map. I gotta take it off history mode. That's more like it. So you see Esperanza and Broadway is where the original fire was. It was in a structure here. The fire goes south. And we can turn on activity. Come on now. Oh, that's right. It didn't show up. It was so small, I don't think it triggered the satellites. Sorry, never mind. It was right here, though. Trust me. And you can see the steep terrain here. It's even steeper than I thought when you look at the cams. Like, bam, quite steep. So it's a desperate struggle to try to prevent this fire from getting up and climbing these hills. If it does, and then the wind shifted, because this is a big wind tunnel through the pass. Palm Springs is to the right. If it gets, say, and climbs up this hill, look at this big neighborhood. It would climb up onto this plateau and take out a neighborhood potentially. So it's a serious reaction. So it's a serious situation, so it has a serious reaction. They've got a lot of aircraft here. They've got a couple of planes, a couple of copters, one of which is just for observation. Now, Air Attack is one of the planes, and he's going to be calling the shots about where he thinks the aircraft should go drop water and work. And lead planes are there to guide in the planes that drop water and retardant, right? So what I was hearing on this radio was, I think a lead plane is coming to the event, but he's saying, please wait for me. I'm still 45 minutes out or something, or at least don't assign me to anything yet. And so Air Attack, who's buzzing around here, you'll hear him the most. He says he identifies himself as Broadway Air Attack, right? So he calls himself Broadway, and occasionally he says Bravo, just to pilots have it, right? So that's a bit confusing. Just know that the same guy is calling himself Broadway and Bravo. And so the way that they talk to each other on the radio is they'll identify themselves like Broadway Air Attack and then to the next person. So usually on the radio, what you're going to hear is Paris responding. Don't ask me why the heck it's Broadway and Paris. I thought it was Firis, F-I-R-I-S, but it seems to be Paris, like P-A-R-I-S. I don't know, honestly. And that's the best I can make out with this radio. And so Paris is communicating with air attack. Now remember, the initial fire is Broadway and Esperanza. It's called the Broadway fire because that's the road. The Benita, fire is different. It's over here. And I don't really see a Benita road or whatnot here exactly. In fact, this is a different map. And TF Outdoors is not very good. Scan topos at maybe too old. Map Builder Hybrid. We may have to flip back and forth to Google Maps again. Excuse me, to see good roads. But you see Palm Springs. You can find this easily, right? See Cabazon's in this mountain pass of high winds. Down here at Hemet, that's where these planes take off from. So I don't know if they were trying to thread the needle and stay at 3,000 feet through this narrow canyon. That seems a little bit woo. You know, either way, the crash site is somewhere next to Banning Municipal Airport. I wouldn't pin the map just yet unless somebody else has identified it. Correct me if somebody has not. If somebody has identified the exact location, just let me know. Anthony says, a house divided will not stand. Exactly. We have to unite. We don't have to like each other, but we have to unite for our common goals. What was that quote from Game of Thrones or whatever, which I'm sure comes from somebody else? You don't have to like your enemies to make peace with them. You make peace with your enemies, not your friends. Perpetuating hate cycle will not be a good result. All right. So these names of the roads, they're kind of random. Westward Avenue gets name dropped. I would have liked to think that Benita is around here. Either way, Benita is the name for the new fire. So what you have to understand, as far as anybody can understand this, is Air Attack is completely unaware the crash has happened. As far as what I can hear and what you and I can hear on this audio we're about to hear. By the time I hit play, it's already happened or is in progress happening. It's hard to line up with, see, this is the way broadcastify works. You go to the radio. It says Cal Fire Riverside County Fire West. And with your kind donations, I have a subscription. Therefore, I can go to their archives up to a year prior. But in this case, it's yesterday. So you hit the 6th of August. And since it happened around 7:02, according to FAA, this 30-minute chunk of audio begins at 7:06 p.m. Pacific. So it is likely that the crash is in progress or has just happened. I did look at the 30-minute chunk before where it ends at 7:06 p.m. I don't hear any excitement. So it's just normal stuff. There's talking about that fire. It was around 6:30 p.m. that it gets reported and called in. And listen to this whole thing. So what I'm going to play for you is the chunk that begins at 7:06 p.m. I don't know if it's visibility problems or what. It's not nighttime. Night falls at what, 8:40ish. So it's getting to be dusk or something. There's shadows in the canyons and stuff, but it is not nighttime. Some people reported the crash at night and it didn't. So I don't know if there was a fireball or what when the bell hit the ground. The Sikorsky spins away and lands. We don't hear anybody say, oh, helicopter down. We don't hear that. In fact, 10, 15 something minutes goes by before there's any inkling that there's a problem. And Air Attack is happily going and giving people commands the whole time. He is completely unaware, I believe, that anything bad has happened. I asked C-Probe, who's a pilot, why on earth doesn't the Sikorsky pilot say, hey, air attack, I just crash landed, hard landed, and somebody else has crashed? And C-Probe says, well, you first do things in a row. You aviate, navigate, and then communicate in that order. So keep flying the planes so you don't crash if there's an emergency. Don't worry about navigating or talking just yet. Okay, that's Benita right there. So in order to get to the crash site, looks like somebody would take Benita and then westward. Okay, that makes sense. I think the crash site is right about here. Now there's high tension power lines and high peaks all around here. So could factor in that both pilots were trying to make sure they didn't run into terrain and they didn't run into power lines. And we're probably listening to instructions at the same time. Both pilots had passengers. They're probably interacting with their passengers at the same time. We won't know what all the factors are, but I want to point these things out because they stand out to me. It's very difficult and dangerous to do this kind of flying. We should never, ever, ever take that for granted. What our heroes are risking every single day. I made up a new word called firefighting. Firefighting is harder than firefighting. Both are hideously dangerous jobs. They deserve our support every step of the way. And all disasters like this should be examined so we can figure out what to do so that they don't happen again. So this is pretty much the background that I have. I hope you're not as confused when you listen to the audio now. So it's air attack talking a little bit to other pilots and a lot to the ground. And here we go. All right, where did I put that file? I'm sorry. We're not ready to go yet. Now I want to play a little, do a sound check. I get this audio right. It's playing.
Bravo IC. Paris, copy. Stand by. Check 1. Bonita IC, Paris.
All right, is that coming in? Is that a good volume? At some points I might pause it to try to explain something. We are now at 11 seconds into this. So if this started at 7:06 p.m., this is still 7:06 p.m. right here. So whatever time it is on my player, which you can't see, we just have to add 6 minutes, basically. So we're in the 7 o'clock hour. And we should be almost correct. Anyway, nobody said anything about the sound check, so I'm just gonna, it's about 3x5. I know, it's terrible audio. I have messed with equalizer a little bit, but there's nothing much I can do to clean this up. So, but bear in mind, I'm gonna play this again from the beginning. The accident is either right about to happen, has just happened, or is happening now. And I just want you to take note that nobody seems all that concerned. Nobody seems to know what's happened.
Bravo IC. Paris, copy. Stand by. Check 1. Bonita IC, Paris.
All right, he goes. He says Bonita. It says Bonita. Incident command. Paris. Is that what he just said? Then it's already happened. Hang on. Rolling it back. It's more important than I thought.
Bravo IC. Paris, copy. Stand by. Check 1. Bonita IC, Paris.
Okay. If they said Bonita Instant Command, this is Paris or Ferris, then that fire's been identified, but not identified as a crash. And we may have to go to the previous audio to make full sense of this. I listened to this just twice before, and that put a 2-hour delay or 3-hour delay really in my stream. Now, I'm going to, yeah, or actually I already made a note of this. Second fire, copter crash. So it says 41 responding, Canyon Lake, area of 22680, golf cart TC. An additional incident that we just passed. Somebody asked if the Bonita incident was new. And then somebody says golf cart TC. I don't know what TC means. Is that like cop slang, you know, like crash or something? Additional incident that we just passed. That was a 41 responding. So you're about to hear that. So I don't know what they're talking about. There is a lot of other stuff that's going by. At some point they say that a car has driven into a house or a semi truck has had an accident too. So all of dispatch is on this channel. There's two different things, left channel and right channel. One of it's supposed to be like dispatch and one of it's supposed to be more like the air attack and tactical. And unfortunately they're going to be mixed together and talk over to each other. Playing again. There's some,
15B, confirm your response.
there will be some moments of silence. Okay, occasionally they come in through both channels, tactical and dispatch, and so he's going to echo.
Bonita, go ahead. Bonita, can you advise the location for EMD to respond to incident? Bonita, I see for EMD is going to be on the corner of Bonita and Apache Trail.
Oh my god, you know what? I screwed up. I'm so sorry, guys. I hit the wrong file. No wonder they're talking about Bonita already. I hit the 736 file. So this is 30 minutes after the accident. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Like, I really super apologize. This is the beginning of the real one. Wow, that was bad. Sorry. Okay, this is 706. So, really, for real now. This accident has just happened, is about to happen, or is in progress the moment we hit play. Like, they are on their way to doom. This is the one where everybody dies. They make that mysterious circle. But if they didn't, they would not have collided. They would have been in a different spot from the Sikorsky.
Right, Fair South 4 rate of spread, close line, end those line around fire. Commitment time 2 hours, 1905.
31526 Railroad Canyon Road. RBC Command 6.
And you're going to go into fuel?
Now that's air attack.
From your response.
Fuel, then I'll see the loading chart.
I lost the Sikorsky's path.
Probably
Here it goes.
301 air attack. Science 6A, CS Command 3 Tone 11.
So remember, they identify themselves first, and then they talk. Then they say who I want us to talk to. So 301 is saying, that's me. I want to talk to Air Attack. So Air Attack will be the one identifying himself, and he'll say, Broadway Air Attack or Bravo Air Attack, as he kind of slips up sometimes. Go ahead. It's playing again.
ISMD first.
Emergency traffic on Broadway, Air Attack, Harris.
Now the tones are how they tell fire EMS to go somewhere. Like, listen up, there's a new incident. So they said that there's an emergency traffic.
On IC first,
Broadway, Air Attack, Harris.
1907. Also
But
for
the second fire
Bravo,
will be on
medic 1
ESPN
request.
3.
Mercy Air 3 is on air standby if needed.
It'll be the Bonita incident.
Okay, so they just said that there's a Bonita incident, and that's why I thought I was playing the right file in the first place. It just happened then. So I believe this is when dispatch, unfortunately, is talking over Air Attack, is informing people that there's a new fire called the Bonita, and you would take Bonita Road to get to it, which is consistent with where the Sikorsky is supposedly crash landing here, or just at least having a hard landing. Because you would take Bonita Avenue, right? Especially those who are already here, Broadway and Esperanza. Go back up Broadway, excuse me. Take Bonita, go to westward, and that would lead them up here if this is the correct spot where at least the Sikorsky landed and the other plane crashes nearby. Now, don't take it for gospel that this is the exact spot that plane landed, unless somebody has verified where exactly it landed or crashed. Excuse me, it didn't land, it crashed. I thought it was up in the hills. So, like I said, this path may not be correct because once it gets to a lower altitude, they'll lose the signal of the transponder, and this program will lose track of it. Don't Step in the Grease has heard of the accident maybe an hour ago, just found it online. Yeah, mid-air collision. So yeah, for those who have just tuned in or didn't know about this earlier, I heard about this at 5 in the morning when I woke up, but I took the time to download a whole bunch of files so we can hear best we can as it happened live. So it's 7:02 p.m. as far as I could tell, because we look at the FAA data right here. They're saying that that's 2:07 Zulu time, which means Greenwich Mean Time. A Bell 407 helicopter with 3 on board. Pilot contracted with CAL FIRE. 2 CAL FIRE members, a division chief, and a fire captain. Just want to observe. They're the heli. What do you call that? It's not air attack and it's not the eyes in the sky. It's a Helco. So I don't know what that means, but that's what they described it on the press conference. And we know 3 died on the Bell. It seems to have been smashed up pretty good. I couldn't even identify it as fuselage. I couldn't even identify it as a helicopter. Looking at the crash footage, that was on Fox, and they filmed it after dark, so it's grainy and you can't really tell much of anything. So these 2 planes collide. The Bell with the people on board. It's not doing drops. It's not doing water. Doesn't have a bucket. It doesn't have any retardant. It's there to observe and probably to command, right? Now, Air Attack is commanding and leading around the fixed wing aircraft and mostly concerned with them. He'll tell helicopters in general where to go. Like, you guys work over there, airplanes will work over here. And helicopters, since they can hover and do stuff, they're usually left to their own devices. Like, he mentions showing them dip sites later. in a calm manner, which means he doesn't know that this is a crash. I don't think anybody knows this is a helicopter crash. I think it is identified and called in maybe by civilians as just a new fire in the hills, and it's west of the one they were already responding to. If they were responding to a structure fire on Broadway and Esperanza that escaped into the grass, right? So the Sikorsky sets down right about here, and they call the new fire the Bonita fire because, like I said, usually the road you need to take to get to a fire is what the fire is named after. So as you can see, here's Esperanza and Broadway, where the main fire was. It was going south, headed for the hills here. They called the cavalry because if it gets into the hills, look at this neighborhood right here. Lots and lots of homes. So if it climbed into the hills and the wind changed, it would rain fire down on all these homes and probably take out the neighborhood. So even though it's a small fire and a small affair, that it is warranted to pull out all the big guns and get a lot of aircraft on this and just get it down. This is a big wind tunnel of a mountain pass. The wind is always fierce through here as you drive through Banning getting towards Palm Springs. Right? So I'm going to continue with the audio. Now, notice the air attack is just talking about this new Bonita incident. So the crash has already happened. Crash starts a new fire. Sikorsky gets, by some miracle, the ability to set down, and both people survive. You'll hear them doing a check on injuries or not later. They never specifically mentioned a bell, so don't listen for that. When they're talking about Bonita incident, though, ground crews peel away from the quote, the original fire, the quote, Broadway fire, right? And eventually you're going to hear that they're going to close the airspace, like everybody land. But maybe they just think there's been a crash at an airport or something. That's usually what everybody land means, like ground all units. It takes a long time for them to start talking about helicopters in trouble, a really long time. So we're already 2 minutes and 23 minutes in the video. So the crash, if it happened at 7:02, all this audio begins at 7:06. It's already 7:09 or 7:10 right now. Maybe around 7:11 p.m. Pacific time. And Air Attack is just going to give people these heartbreaking directions next. He's going to talk about where helicopters need to be and what altitude. Listen.
Charlie Air Attack, bring to be CDF Command 3, Zone 10, CDF Tag 2. The Bonita incident. Continuing. The additional aircraft you ordered. Will be on the Broadway incident.
So he's saying we acknowledge that there's a new incident at Bonita, and the additional aircraft that were ordered originally and they're en route will go to the Broadway, though. He's still trying to figure out where he wants people to go. He doesn't know there's two of them are out, that they had crashed.
Broadway Air Attack, go ahead with the land law.
Paris Battalion 6A, CDF Command 3, Zone 11, how do you copy?
CDF Command 3, standby just 1, emergency traffic only. Division 10, standby just 1, Broadway Air Attack, Paris, be advised, land law, covered.
Just saying how to get there, how to get to the new fire called the Bonita fire. Hey, broke fish in. This happened on the Broadway fire in Cabazon. It was a structure fire spreading to vegetation. At this time, I think nobody has any idea that there's been a helicopter crash at all, let alone two.
-4.35, -116, 49.11.
Now, those are GPS coordinates. One day I'll go write that down, but I'm not going to right now. Sorry, that's going to happen.
Division 10, go for Paris.
See, is he saying Paris or Firis, like Firis or Paris? I don't know. Now we are 4 minutes, 25 seconds into this playback. I'll show the route of the other. This is the helicopter that went down with 3 on board. Now Sikorsky has 2 on board.
Division 10, second fire has been named the Bonita incident.
Notice how he doesn't say crash. Second fire.
Division 10, landline the duty officer.
Paris, Peris. What's that? Oh, mistakes were made here. There's no doubt, Bugs Bunny. Hey, by the way. There's just some chatter now for a couple of minutes. We're at 5:34 on the timestamp. So it means since this began at 7:06, 7:07, and around 7:12 right now. So if I move it forward, hopefully, yeah, okay, I can, to 7 minutes and 11 seconds, excuse me. It's, Microsoft Player is pretty crummy. I move it and then the words update. Come on, move it. Move it ahead a little bit. Come on.
Stand by just one from your attack area.
Okay, here we go. He'll talk about division of flight level right now.
Just so you're down below with Hunter 301. Tankers are working 4,000, air attacks working 5,500. Hazards of the window.
Okay, I listened to that about 10 times, and what he says is 3,000 and below, 3,000 feet and below, with copter 201. 201. The tankers, meaning the fixed-wing aircraft, are at 4,000. Just 4,000 feet. So in aviation, you want to keep 1,000 feet between the aircraft so that they never collide with each other. But with firefighting, it's different. That's the only time you're really going to have aircraft that do have the same altitude. So they need to be kept separate by using their own eyes, and somebody has to watch them. Air attack and others have to watch them. So there's usually 2 observer type leading types. And so I think the Bell is one of the watchers, ironically. Just there to observe and make sure everything's going okay. Make sure the aircraft are separated enough from each other, and at least, if not vertically, horizontally, right? That's part of why this may be so horribly ironic. We don't know what the cause is here, but the Sikorsky is able to land, and the Bell just shatters on the ground with 3 on board. So there were 2 in the Sikorsky. The pilot, who was a contracted pilot, a private contractor with CAL FIRE, and then somebody else on board who I don't know. It's 2 CAL FIRE people, a chief and a division, a division chief and a fire captain, and also a CAL FIRE contracted pilot. Now they haven't said which company yet, as far as I know. We could try to get an update. They're supposed to have a second morning press conference, but I didn't see one occurring. If one has, just link it to me. So what they just said though is 3,000 or below with Copter 201. Tankers are working 4,000 feet, and air attack is at 5,500 as of crackle, crackle, crackle. There is a crackle, 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 crackle. And then it goes, just so you know what to listen for next. Next thing you can understand is confirming Division 3102, Paris, talking to it. 80, and then at 8:02 he says Division 3102, copies, standing by. So that's what you're going to hear.
And there is water. Confirming Division 3102, Paris. Chief 3102, Paris, copy. Number 1.
Next thing he's going to say is I've got 8 Alpha Charlie showing up now. We'll get them oriented to the dip. So this is air attack saying, here's a helicopter coming. I don't know who 8 Alpha Charlie is actually. But he says I'm going to orient them to the dip, which means he has no idea that there's been a crash. He's just saying normal stuff like what he does is usually he'll say, follow me, something like that. And he'll fly over a lake, pond, or something like that. A dip is where they can take their bucket or their snorkel hose and get the water out. So I believe this Sikorsky was probably on its way to get water. I don't think it had it already. It's possible it filled up with water at the airport. I don't know. But typically they'd use water instead of retardant. Not that that really matters here. So dip means a big body of water where a helicopter can kind of safely get their stuff out. So air attack will mark that on maps and show the pilots and say, this is where you do it. And if the pilots stick with the assigned dip, then that minimizes collision risk. So if one helicopter goes to dip 1, always, and helicopter 2 goes to dip number 2, always, lessens the likelihood that they'll run into each other. They'll be at different spots, crisscrossing back and forth. And as long as air attack and others tell them which general routes to take and they don't deviate from it, oftentimes they can be at the same altitudes, but since they're, when you say one's a bit further north, one's a bit further south, and they just go east, west, east, west, east, west, to the fire, to the dip, to the fire, to the dip, they can be in complete safety. However, they're still arriving and converging on the spot. And now I'm starting to realize that's probably the most dangerous part of the whole affair, because they don't know their own lanes yet. They don't know how to stay in their own lanes yet.
I got 8 Alpha Charlie showing up now. I'll get them oriented to the dip, and we'll hold you guys in orbit.
What he's saying is, I got air attack saying, I got 8 Alpha Charlie showing up now. We'll get them oriented to the dip, and we'll work with you guys. We'll work you guys into the orbit. And so the orbit is really, literally circles. The fixed wing can't hover, so they'll just go and circle and spiral. And so it's like a roundabout, getting on a roundabout. You gotta kind of know when you can get off. So air attack and others who can see all the aircraft clearly will tell the others when it's safe to enter the roundabout, right? Yeah, this is all very spooky. He's talking normal. There's already a crash. He doesn't know the second fire has been caused by the helicopter that crashed. And 3 people are dead already. And another helicopter just about crash landed. So this is 8 minutes and 12 seconds after 7:06. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's at least 10 minutes has gone by since the crash. More like, wait, 8. Almost 15 maybe since the crash happened. They still don't know that it's a crash.
Bravo, air attack, Paris.
No.
Broadway air attack Tinker 100.
So that's Tinker 100 that just responded.
100 Broadway air attack. With the Tinkers on hold, I'm still 45 miles out.
Yeah, so it says put the tankers on hold. I'm still 45 minutes out. So I'm not sure why that request is being done. Put them on hold. Maybe they shouldn't take off yet because maybe that's the lead plane or something like that. I don't really understand this. If he's Tanker 100, he's not a lead plane. He's a tanker. Usually the lead planes are there because some of the planes can't see below them. So the lead plane can look down. They'll have a window where they can kind of look down, see the ground, see the fire. And so any tanker that needs guidance like that really can't drop anything until a lead plane arrives anyway. So, but he identifies himself as Tanker 100, but he's talking like a lead plane, like don't have him show up yet. So, don't know, but that's what's being said now.
Give me 10 minutes.
70 will be right behind that.
Now, what was just said, and it took me a while to figure this out, is dispatch just said, Tanker 70 will be right behind you in orbit, basically.
They're out in front of me in the way.
He goes, no, they're out in front of me, actually. Because he's Tinker 100 saying it's going to take me 10 minutes to get there. So, oh my God, I just realized something. They don't know where the planes are. They're trying to figure out where the aircraft is. They're in that stage of assembly. The most dangerous stage. They thought that plane was in front, and it's obviously not. He just corrected them.
Bravo, air attack, Paris.
434 on Command 8. We'll remain on Command 8 until we get closer to the incident.
Okay, so they said we're going to be on Tactical Command Channel 8 till we get closer to that incident. You can hear their lights and sirens screaming towards the new fire. Nobody knows it's crashed yet.
4 Paris, copy.
Now it's around the 22 minute mark after the crash.
Bravo, air attack, Paris. Heard in duty chief. We're to ground all aircraft, including yourself. We will dispatch a new air attack.
All right, so somebody butts in and says at this point in time, this is 9 minutes 33 seconds on the mark. Began at 7:06. So 9, 10. It's at least 6, around 20 to 22 minutes, yeah. Because the crash happened around 7:02. So they just said they're grounding them all. So he just says, Broadway air attack, Paris, heard from, I think he says ATC. I don't know what that was. Ground all aircraft, including yourself. We will be dispatching a new air attack. So I'm going to rewind that so you can hear that.
34 Paris, copy.
Bravo, air attack, Paris. Heard in duty chief. We're to ground all aircraft, including yourself. We will dispatch a new air attack.
See, he didn't say ATC. Heard something like ETC or something. I would like to know what he's saying.
Heard in duty chief. We're to ground all aircraft.
Heard an EDT. Is that pilot slang like what is that called when they declare a zone like a no-fly zone? What's that called, C-Probe? Oh God, is he not here? He comes and goes like the night. So at this point, they're saying ground all aircraft, but they still don't seem to understand it's them. Like, everybody's still talking normal. There's going to be a bunch of tones that come out, a bunch of annoying sounds. And later they talk about a residential fire call. So, really, there's no use listening to that. It's just incredibly annoying. I'm going to skip ahead to 11, skip ahead 2 minutes to 11:28. Actually, 11:05 here.
There, go ahead, Junction 1.
Probably air attack. Here's copy. Helicopter 8 Alpha Charlie, ETA 1930, back to San Bernardino.
Three.
Road, grab the crew and be going back to
So I couldn't make that out. He says, oh, grab your crew and I think it says, I guess we go back home. I think that's what he's saying, but I don't know. Now there's more annoying tones.
310,
Get about an apartment number and just advise in the laundry room.
Probably.
Now, they were saying being advised the fire is in the locker room because they said they cruised by a reported residential fire. They said nothing is showing. And so the dispatch butts in and says it's the fire in the locker room. Now this part is important. He basically says, Bravo air attack. Remember he was calling himself Broadway. He says, Paris, re-advise your ETA and helicopter 301's ETA back to base. How many helicopters are supposed to be here? So at this point, there's helicopter 8 Alpha Charlie, or at least a plane called 8 Alpha Charlie. We've heard him mention a helicopter called 301. And back here, there's a helicopter called, actually there's Division 3102. There's a helicopter 201, so there's a 201 helicopter. And here he says 301's ETA. So that's what they call each other is not going to be lining up with tail numbers and such, unless they specifically say tail numbers, which they will a little bit later for the Sikorsky. But I don't know which one is helicopter 301, which one is 201. But he's about to talk about it.
Get about an apartment number and just advise in the laundry room.
Probably air attack. Paris, can you re-advise your ETA and helicopter 301's ETA back to base?
One helicopter doesn't have an ETA back to base.
Engine 76 cover station 26. Engine 76 cover station 26.
Eerie silence. We can assume the pilots are talking to each other on just pilot-to-pilot channels instead of where dispatch can hear, which is what we're listening to. Dispatch is supposed to hear some of their chatter in order to make timestamps. They time everything that they do. They keep a record of which unit was where, what time. Partly to see if they have good response times to fire, because seconds count, right? But we'll never hear like pilot-to-pilot chatter. We could go to atc.net to try to download chatter from air traffic control, but I don't know that that'll be any use. It'll probably just be a whole bunch of pilots talking about landing at Banning Airport or something, and then saying something about aircraft are grounded. But we can try. But going back to what this is, there's just a series silence after he says, "What is the ETA for copter 201?" And what's your ETA back to base? So there's a lot of silence here.
Bravo Air Attack, Paris copies. Can you advise the ETA for the 2 additional helicopters?
He says, once again, can you provide an ETA for the 2 additional helicopters? Well, never. Spoiler alert, never. They just hit each other. It's big silence here.
Bravo Air Attack, Paris copies. 1918.
But he says he copies something, a transmission we didn't hear. So it could be that 2 additional helicopters are not the ones that collided, but it doesn't matter, does it? At least 2 helicopters are not going to have an ETA back to base. Now, there's a lot of silence and a lot of stuff.
Bravo Air Attack,
Okay, excuse me. There's a lot of stuff that happens in between here. I don't think in the next 7 minutes we have any valuable transmissions. I'll look for a second, but my next timestamp is at the 20-minute mark, and this is the 13.
Paris, Bonita.
Bravo Air Attack, Paris copies. Helicopter 37, Sierra, all park.
Ah, it says okay. He says we copy helicopter. What did he just say? 37 Sierra. That's the Sikorsky. So that copter is talking to them. At least to somebody.
Bravo IT, Paris.
This is 2. Can you read landline ERP and give me an apartment number, please?
Paris. Product is 2 responding. Bravo IT. Paris copies traffic for additional units en route. Switch over to Bonita incident.
Copy. Additional units are en route. Something about the incident.
Paris copies. We're going to divert you over to the Bonita incident. Stand by.
What?
1899, Paris copies. We're going to divert you over to the Bonita incident. Stand by.
Okay, he says, Paris copies. We're going to divert you over to the new incident. Stand by, because there's a new fire. Now, if you look at the wreckage footage, like Fox News had, that when they flew over after dusk, after this happened, after that second fire is put out, the one that the helicopter crash starts, there's red retardant all over the place. So whoever they just diverted over to the new incident, I think is an aircraft that is going to drop retardant probably directly on the flames. It didn't seem to get very big. It was less than 4 acres. But around where the rotor was on the ground, and presumably the wreckage site, I mean, you can't even see anything that looks like a big helicopter. It looks like it shattered to pieces. Or else there's a second wreckage site. There's red all over the landscape, so presumably this new aircraft comes around a drop directly on aircraft wreckage. We're now at the 1450 mark. Like I said, I don't think there's anything too valuable until the 20-minute mark, but I'm going to try to.
CDF Command 3.
Bonita IC, go for Paris.
There's Bonita IC, show the forward rate stop, holding at about 580.
Okay, so Bonita Incident Command is what just said. We got the forward progress stopped. It's holding about 4 or 5 acres.
Bonita IC, Paris stop, forward rate stop. Additionally, all aircraft have been grounded.
They don't seem to still know yet that this is an air crash. Nobody's acknowledged that yet directly.
There's Bonita IC, come.
Mission 2, you can disregard. We've tied in with the RP. Bravo, Riverside, Paris.
I just got an alert for weather that strong gusty winds will be hitting the Portland area in about an hour. Dead calm right now with a slight breeze occasionally. Hold on to your butts.
Bravo, Riverside, Paris stop, 1951.
Sarah, 1033.
Engine 32, Paris.
There's engine 33, just confirm me you'd like us to respond to the Bonita incident?
Sir, do you affirm to take a response on the Bonita incident?
What, Christopher Luttrell, the 5 Pyramid Lake? So we're at the 17-minute mark. Still going. Really wish we could hear their tactical channels.
Copy that.
Saying copy that and blah, blah.
Engine 3569 is en route to Bonita Fire. Engine. Engine 3569 is en route to Bonita Fire. Engine.
Air tanker 3569 is en route. So 1730 something. Air tanker 35 what? Excuse me.
Engine 3569 is en route to Bonita Fire. Engine.
So that one.
Critical temperature update for you back.
Engine 94 Paris.
That's the crash site. For the 18-minute mark, I have a
94,
time.
go ahead with traffic for Paris.
BC Broadway air attack on air ground 1.
18 minutes. My next timestamp is at 20.
evac warning. 1923.
Okay, now the all the evacuations are now just evac warnings.
Engine 94.
94 Paris.
Will you check with our so see if they have a deputy assigned? The driver appears to be impaired.
Bonita IC Paris.
Appears to be a what? Excuse me, I'm going back.
Will you check with our so see if they have a deputy assigned? The driver appears to be impaired.
Whoa, said, can you, okay. He said, can you check to see if we have a deputy assigned because the driver seems to be impaired. I think that was the different call that I believe was a vehicle that crashed into a house or crashed into another thing.
Bonita IC Paris.
Units have them come down westbound Bonita across the river.
Yeah, he's giving directions to the Bonita site, the crash site.
Gate breathing problems, Delta response 33086 Canopy Lane, RVC Command 6.
Bonita IC Paris. Have following from westbound Bonita is attack road.
This is a heavy conversation, guys. I think it's a pizza night. C-probe. C-probe. Pizza night? Yeah, it's a pizza night. This is heavy. There's only 2 types of pizza in the world, friend. I said this is heavy. It's a pizza night. He's saying, all right, you got it. Now, there's only 2 types of pizza in the world, friends. There's victory pizza. Victory pizza and pity pizza. It's time for pity pizza. All right, so we're at 19 minutes, 26 seconds. My next timestamp says Bravo Air Attack Paris. There's a little bit of a crackle, and he goes, on Command 3, how do you copy? Because they are switching to Tactical Command 3. I'm going to skip ahead of that. And at the 20-minute, 39-second mark, it says Battalion 68 stand by. Bravo Air Attack, Paris copies. Helicopter 201 was released at 19:35, which means 7:35 p.m. So that's when we finally get like an official timestamp, really, that I could understand from all this mess. He says advisory DA or ETA or something like that. The next thing that is said at 21:06 is Bravo Air Attack Paris. And he goes, Bravo Air Attack Paris copies Helicopter 37 Sierra. And that's when they're finally starting to talk about what happened. So I'm going to push the little knob forward here. Here we go.
Battalion 68, stand by just one. Bravo Air Attack. Paris copies. Helicopter 201 released the ETA 1935. You advise your ETA.
So I don't know exactly which helicopter is supposed to be Helicopter 201. There's a 301 and a 201. She says Helicopter 201 released 1935, which is 7:35 p.m. Advisory ETA, and it's like it's a question. Or is it a statement? I don't know. Advisory ETA. So if Helicopter 201 is the one that crashed and burned, that he's talking to nobody and trying to release aircraft that is gone. But like I said, I don't know which one is Helicopter 201 or 301, or if these are 2 helicopters that were on the way. I have no idea. It could be the ones involved. Now we're going to get to the point where they start talking about it.
Bravo Air Attack Paris.
There it is.
Bravo Air Type Paris copies. Helicopter 37 Sierra, no injuries.
37 Sierra is the Sikorsky, so somebody made contact with him and they don't have injuries. I'm going to rewind that.
Bravo Air Type Paris copies. Helicopter 37 Sierra, no injuries.
Truck 2, Chesapeake Delta response. 3617 Cinnamon Street Court, RP standby.
Now, saying respond to something Cinnamon Court, be advised. I have no idea if this is related to the crash. I mean, I don't know that this is the actual area of the crash. I thought it was in the hills. Have we had a new, I was about to check, see if we've got a new, if we've got a new press release or conference or something like that, because I don't see any sort of cinnamon anything over here. You know what I'm saying? Victory Avenue, Lincoln Street, Charles, Gorgiano, Gorgonio? The hell? Is that like a Gorgon? Like Medusa? Brian, Adams, Faber, Porter, Fountain? Not sure that this has anything to do with anything. Let's continue to listen.
Air Type 310 Paris copies. 1926. Break. Battalion 6A Paris.
He says, Air Attack 310, Paris copies. Break, Battalion 6-8, Paris. So he's saying, hey, come in, Battalion 6-8. This is Paris.
Okay, how do you copy on command 3?
Battalion 6A Paris copy low and clear on CDF command 3 tone 10.
So he just said, I'm hearing you loud and clear on a different tactical channel. So the next thing that'll be said is Paris Fire Unit 1 en route to a fire in Cabazon. That would be, burning wreckage.
About 3 minutes.
Battalion 6A Paris copy.
Engine 95, Abdominal P and Alpha response. 40847, TV Drive, RBC command 6.
It's a little bit
Paris
more.
Fire Crew 1, enter the unit en route to a fire in Cabazon.
1, Paris copy 9047.
Pressure 3540, 1927. Paris 6A 33 is on scene of Bonita State. Engine 36 Paris copy 1928.
I don't know if he just said Engine 68, because Battalion 68 was mentioned earlier, but anyway, they're on scene. Now, they'll talk about the plane again in a minute, or the helicopter.
Last unit, we try for Paris, go ahead.
We can't hear it, but he's listening to somebody.
Bravo, I see. Paris copy. Additionally, landline duty officer, but be advised, CF engines were en route. Unknown if they confirmed the team.
Okay, so he says, confirm something about, yeah, what did he say? Let's just replay that.
Alright, so you've heard southeast. Additionally, landline the duty officer, but be advised, CF engines were en route, unknown if they confirmed the change.
Somebody was en route, unknown if they have confirmed the change. Go back a little bit.
You've heard southeast. Additionally, landline the duty officer, but be advised, CF engines were en route, unknown if they confirmed the change.
Okay, I really can't make out who is supposed to be en route.
Re-advise low modulation.
Don't know what that is.
15 cover station 66 and 17 cover station 66.
Confirming release, waiting assignment to the new fire.
Okay, so he just confirming release or something to the new fire. Somebody says affirmative. Okay, now they're going to talk about the crash again.
37 Sierra.
V, go for Paris.
Paris Battalion 50, yes. Positive contact with 37 Sierra. They're set down on the west side of Cabazon. No injuries on 37 Sierra, the second helicopter.
That's chilling. We made positive contact with 37 Sierra. That's the Sikorsky. They have sat down on the west side of Cabazon. No injuries. And then he says, on 37 Sierra. The second helicopter, he just doesn't say anything. I'm going to replay that.
V, go for Paris.
Paris Battalion 50, yes. Positive contact with 37 Sierra. They're set down on the west side of Cabazon. No injuries on 37 Sierra, the second helicopter.
Paris 61 that same single story, single-family dwelling, showing investigating.
At this point, whatever his response is just totally stepped on by something else. I have no idea what was just said. I've tried to figure this out a couple times, but it's infuriating to try to figure this out.
Paris 61 that same single story, single-family dwelling, showing investigating.
He says helicopter, but somebody else is talking about a structure fire at the same time. Let's go back.
Paris 61 that same single story, single-family dwelling, showing investigating.
Can't make it out.
Q1 Paris copies.
Yeah, Desi, I can't imagine how they're feeling either. Like, by now they've got to know. They really have got to know by now. So this is the 27-minute mark. And it happened at, this begins at 7:06. So it's a 27-minute mark. So we would add 6 minutes, right? Actually, just 5. Because the crash happens at 7:02. So let's add 5. So it's 27, 8, 29, 30, 31. It's 32 minutes after the crash that we know about. I mean, that we can tell if 7:02 is the correct time. It's 32 minutes later, and they're just now realizing that there's no injuries on one, but the other's toast. The other's gone. So, this, you know, it sounds so ordinary all the way up to this point. So it just goes to show the massive amount of confusion. We heard a whole bunch of times that they really don't know where the aircraft are. That at some point they thought an aircraft was ahead of another. And that pilot corrects and says, no, I'm 10 minutes away. So hold the others if they're supposed to be behind me. And they were telling that pilot that that others were behind him. And he's like, no, they're not. So now I'm starting to realize just today that the most dangerous point of all the aerial firefighting is when all the aircraft converge. They haven't been given their lanes of traffic yet. They don't know where to go, what to do. They're just arriving on the scene. And it's before the point in time where the observing aircraft and the coordinating aircraft get a visual on them and understand where they are in order to assign them their lanes. And it appears that they've already been told their altitudes, but they really don't know where each other are. They are so low that even if they had an iPad sitting on the cockpit, like Inciweb and like every other cockpit pilot does in the world, right? Even if they had things open like Flight Radar 24, FlightAware on that iPad or some other built-in cockpit thing, they're flying so low to the ground that may not be accurate. Because I don't think this is the true crash site. Once Flight Radar 24 loses track of an airplane or aircraft, it just sort of draws a line anyway to where it thinks the aircraft went. So like if the aircraft went down on this hill, for example, I'm not saying it did, I don't know. Flight Radar 24 predicts the route. It would put the aircraft further away than where it went. Like we see that all the time when the scoopers seemingly go down and scoop safe in the Columbia River, and then Flight Radar 24 makes them belly slide up mountaintops. It's just because it's trying to predict where the aircraft is. The aircraft is still on the Columbia River scooping, but it's just trying to be helpful, to the viewer when it's lost all contact with the aircraft. CPRO says not just the pilot, does he, but whoever else was doing traffic control with the responsibility to keep the participating aircraft separated. Yeah, I don't want to say that air attack's job is doing that. I don't know this very well. We could probably watch some videos so I get more educated about it. As far as I've ever been concerned about this, I think it's neat. I think what they're doing is interesting. But I'm not a pilot. It's not my wheelhouse. It's not my thing. I don't have any advice for them because I'm not in that world. Nor am I too curious about how exactly they do all this. I just see that it works the majority of the time, and so I think that's neat. I've never wanted to go out of my way to learn all about it. To me, I don't really even care who's talking. I care about the information we're getting about the fire. I care whether or not the fire is being fought well and how's it going. So I've never sat around trying to educate myself about it, but I think it's now worthy of my attention so I can really understand what the hell's happening. And maybe if we can help further this knowledge on with the public and help educate the public, maybe we as the public will come to understand just how dangerous it is and start appreciating it more. This is also a chilling coincidence that this happened on the anniversary of a disaster in Oregon, one of the worst helicopter firefighting crashes of all time, probably. August 5th, 2008, the anniversary of the air tragedy that took 9 lives in Oregon. Members of the Grayback Forestry Crew. I don't know Broken Fish if you remember this. The pilot was Jim Ramage. I don't know how to say that. The Iron 44 fire. So this just happens a day later, off the anniversary. What a cursed kind of 24-hour period. Who knows? With leap years and stuff involved, maybe it is technically the same day, But either way, it's a little eerie that I saw this yesterday went to sleep and woke up and they were talking about a helicopter crash and I thought it was this one. I thought they were talking about a 2008 one. And then I heard mid-air collision and Riverside County went, oh my God. So I'm going to research this this tragedy, this air crash. I'm getting too tired for this, folks. Low blood sugar. Because I've found out that there's more to this story. There was a cover-up involved. That the aircraft in the 2008 crash was probably not flight worthy, airworthy. Somebody was caught and went to prison, as far as I could tell, was really, really just skimming the surface on this tragedy. So aircraft turned the tide. They are super important, tremendously important, just like World War II onwards. We learned that air superiority is how you win wars. Well, fighting megafires and a lot of the out of control wildfires. I mean, that's why they're called wild, right? Wildfires are bad. They're wild. Control burns are okay, right? They're mostly under control. They're wanted, right? Wildfires are not. It's a battle. And you can't win a war from the air, but it's the ground troopers that do ultimately win the war. It's people on the ground. But aircraft turns the tide. If everything's going against them, aircraft can suddenly make the ground crew start winning. And they can do the most precious thing ever, is arrive first on scene and start roping the fire with retardant and slowing it down. All that firefighters need is time to win. They need time to do their prep, get ready for the fire, do their thing, assemble enough people, get in position. And as long as the weather allows them to, they generally win. The weather has to allow, the firefighters to.
Service.
Oh boy, the weather has to allow a winnable state. If it's just like anything. Thank you. Have a fresh Pepsi, yes, thank you. Here, take it. Take it. Please. Dang it. What am I supposed to do with an empty? I was trying to say something solemn here. Can you open that, please? He's on a time delay. I can't communicate with him in real time because it drives him nuts. He's listening to the stream and he'll in the same room. Thank you. Tip the kitchen staff, please. I accept donations for C-Probe. Aircraft turn the tide as long as Mother Nature's cooperating and when things are favorable. It's just like Coast Guard rescue or whatever. I mean, they can't go out in a hurricane if Category 5, right? But as long as Mother Nature allows you to win, they go out and they win. So, there are plenty of megafires, and once megafires really begin, you can't do anything about them until favorable conditions return. You see things like the Dixie Fire, which were unwinnable. That was stopped by rain. They got very close several times, but they didn't have enough time. They didn't have enough crew. They didn't have enough resources. Some other factors to get a hold of the Dixie Fire before the next wind event made it worse. But when all those things line up, aircraft does turn the tide. But it's the most dangerous type of flying out there. I really can't think of anything more dangerous. Got visibility problems because of smoke. Flying blind. Smoke gets in your eyes and gets in your face, and then you're moving forward through a solid wall, right? You're moving forward. You've got instruments and stuff. You're moving forward, but then you realize, yeah, there was that cliff and mountain thing in front of me last time I saw, and I was really hoping that smoke would clear by now, or I'd be out of the clouds. How far away is that wall in front of me? I mean, you could trust instruments, trust a map and stuff for GPS, but planes still smack into the terrain for lack of visibility. Not only that, you're flying some of the lowest that pilots ever do, practically scraping vegetation with the belly of your aircraft. Then you're supposed to violently change the weight of your aircraft by dropping a gigantic load. And then you're supposed to climb out and judge all that. Get that perfectly right or you're dead. So it is the most dangerous stuff ever. And then top it all off, there's other aircraft around you and you may not know where the heck they are because you're focused, you're doing something, you're doing a job. You're not on autopilot. You're looking at stuff. You're looking around you, you're looking down. And even on in perfect circumstances, even with ATC and control, watching your back at higher altitudes where you can actually have time if you to react. Higher altitudes, you can perhaps recover even from things like a mid-air collision. You've got some time. It takes a while to fall, right? You have something wrong at low altitude. You're just dead. This is a miracle that the other plane landed. Excuse me, the other helicopter landed. Blanco Lirio speculated that maybe his snorkel was the only thing hit then, because that's about the only thing that makes sense that they even landed. We'll find out more about this stuff later. I do want to see if there was a press conference about this crash. I really don't think there's anything else. My timestamps. There's nothing on the rest of that tape at all that really discusses the crash except directions to Bonita and then how to get there. Then the tape ends. I have not listened to the next tape. It might be aftermath chatter and stuff. I'll listen to that later for you guys. That's half an hour of my time. I really need to get on my day, and it's 7 p.m. I haven't started it yet. Since 5 in the morning, I've been on Firestream doing the research, trying to find out what's going on, downloading, fixing the audio. I guess you could just say anything. A helicopter crash. Yeah. Riverside County. So you just identified the victims, but did they release it to the press? Yahoo News? That's still around. Cal Fire helicopter crash update. I'm sorry if it autoplays something. I'm not trying to show any triggery type images, so just be warned. It might autoplay something. This is a video, damn it. I want to read something. I can't show copyrighted video. What is that headline? YouTuber chopped up a boyfriend and dumped his head in the sea. Okay, I'm getting off this Yahoo News. Okay. I already was at the LA Times and it kept me from reading the article because it said, give us $1. No, go away. New York Times is a paywall too. This is all 11 hours. Let's filter. Tools, anytime. Past hour. Times of India. Like I said, the crash site is all dark. They filmed it last night. Just trying to read if there's anything new. There was supposed to be a morning update last night. The video we saw in the beginning was last night's press conference. There's nothing new. Marietta News. All right, whatever. That's nothing. KTLA. Tanker truck catches fire near Cascades. Oh, that's what he was trying to say. I had no idea what. Let me just go back up to chat. Christopher was saying FYI, a tanker fire on the 5 Pyramid Lake. I had no idea. That was like Chinese. A tanker fire? Look, we're talking about aircraft, so I thought aircraft on fire, like a tanker aircraft, like Tanker 911 on fire. But it's a firefighting tanker, so I'm like, on a Pyramid Lake? Isn't it supposed to be? Wouldn't a firefighting tanker aircraft be on a lake? As in dipping? Okay. Um, Damn. Was it a Blevy though? Did it blow? You guys heard of Blevy? BLEVE? That's what does that stand for again? Blevy videos are amazing. They can be triggering though to people with fire PTSD. Yeah. What's a Blevy? Boiling liquid vapor expansion explosion. Blevy. Some of the craziest videos you've ever seen. Everything looks cool one moment. The next there's a massive detonation. Things like, you know, gasoline tanker trucks blowing up, propane. Looks like it didn't blow up. It's unclear what the tanker was hauling, but CHP website mentions it could have been sodium nitrate. Oh god. Nitrate. Is it nitroglycerin? Beep. The collision victims are now second page news. Smaller window. Oh, so they let the governor release the names of the victims. Gag me with a spoon. I don't want to hear a damn thing the governor has to say. He has not funded wildfire firefighting like he should have. California declined to renew the contract of the global supertanker and has hamstrung firefighting in California in many different ways. So keep your crocodile tears to yourself. They should have better radios, better communication. They should all be equipped with LiDAR so they can see through smoke and see each other. They should have military-style heads-up displays, and this would never happen. Cry your crocodile tears elsewhere. So, the names of the 3 killed were Cal Fire Assistant Chief Josh Bischoff. I don't know how to say that, I'm sorry. Bischoff, who's 46. Cal Fire Fire Captain Tim Rodriguez, who was 44. And the contracted pilot was Tony Sousa, 55. At least he ordered the flags to be lowered to half staff. Bischoff was described as a family man and a mentor who trained others on aerial firefighting. He was one of our best, said Captain Richard Cordova. Rodriguez, also described as a family man, learned from Bischoff. Crash occurred in a remote area near Pipeline Road and Apache Trail, and they're saying it was around 7:30 p.m. Sunday. According to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. It says 7:02 for the FAA, so But very clearly, they're talking about the Bonita incident way earlier than 7:30. So there's something wrong here. They said in the press conference what was described as the Bonita fire was caused by the crash, and that happened right at the very start of our video that our radio transmissions that began at 7:06 p.m. So we already know this stuff. Fire crews were battling a 20-acre fire called the Broadway Fire that had spread from a structure fire near Broadway Street in Esperanza earlier in the night. The circumstances surrounding the crash remain under investigation, which will be handled by National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB. Now, the NTSB Aviation Accident Investigator Eleazar Nepomuceno. Eleazar Nepomuceno. Excuse me, Eleazar Nepomuceno. I really hope I'm saying that right. Sounds Sicilian. Sicilian, maybe. Eleazar Nepomuceno. Ciao bella. Nepomuceno. I'm sorry, I'm butchering that too. Said a team that also includes the FAA is assessing the scene and looking for clues to help determine what might have led to the crash. A drone will be used to get an aerial view of the site. They're good for that. I'm praying for the day that firefighting will be done with joysticks from safe, air-conditioned trailers, maybe even from thousands of miles away. I hope that day comes really soon. It kind of is, if we put the money in. I'm sorry, I do have to eat for my blood sugar. They said they'll be looking for systematic deficiencies of the helicopter, maintenance record and such. They'll look at the pilot and flight training history, the maintenance history, as well as environmental factors such as the weather and the lighting. That's what Nepomuceno said, or Nepomuceno. Once evidence gathering is complete, the wreckage will be relocated to Arizona, where officials will work on a preliminary report, and then a final report will not be available for months. So anyone who has witnessed this crash or has any additional info about the incident is urged to contact the agency at witness@ntsb.gov. Is that an email address or is that a website? Let's see. And trust me, anything you have, everything from a Ring doorbell cam to dash cam footage, anything could really help. Even if you heard a sound. And, I'm saying this because I don't think anybody, the 12 people with us right now, witnessed this, but somebody might be watching this later. Should have put that in Google search, should have been up here. Well, I guess, yeah, that's an email address, friends. So email is here in the chat. I witnessed a transportation accident. You can download a guide to responding to a transportation accident. I want to look at that. You can report an aircraft accident. Blah, blah, blah. Report a vehicle safety problem or a defect. That's good to know, too. I should have reported what happened with my car. It began driving itself in 2013 or something. 2014, maybe. I was sitting at red lights, and I noticed that whenever I took my foot off the brake, like, and I was about to hit the gas, and the light turned green, car would surge forward anyway, just slightly before my foot hit the pedal. When I took my foot off the gas, and then I thought, well, that's super odd, but I just wrote it off as I must be nuts. I need more sleep. There's no way that happened. I'd heard about it happening to cars, like barreling down the freeway at like 90 miles an hour. I guess you should print these out and put these in your glove box. Should you ever, witness a plane crash. It tells you what to do. Establish a security perimeter around the accident scene. Allow public safety personnel to preserve life and recover the fatally injured. Stabilize the hazardous materials. Prevent disturbance of the accident scene and the wreckage. So, I don't know, fist fight anybody trying to take trophies. I don't know what you're supposed to do there. Protect and preserve ground scars and marks made by the aircraft and stuff. Document and photograph stuff. That could be incredibly valuable. Just take all the pictures you can before people start arriving and taking stuff. Remove highway vehicles to a secure location and ensure the recovery operations do not alter critical pre-crash adjustments like air brake settings. Yeah, I can get that. So trucks that are air brake based, they've got sometimes if they had too low pressure, they can't really brake. It's not like disc brakes, we're talking super heavy vehicles. So the truck driver is always supposed to be looking at the pressure and make sure you got enough air pressure to use the brakes, or just pull over and wait. There's something wrong, check it out. If you go down hills, down hills, and as you apply the brakes, you're losing that pressure. You gotta pull over and make sure it can come back if you're getting low before you go up that hill and down another one. Otherwise, you're going to be screwed. So they're saying make sure that you've got to move the vehicle like that. I would imagine just take that picture of what the air pressure setting was. Don't change it if you have to, but like if it's blocking a road and people are going to come around a blind turn and smack into the truck, like you'd have to move it, but take a picture first. So this is all good advice. Just obtain the names and addresses and email addresses and phone numbers of other people and who witnessed it. And if they don't identify themselves, you can just take a picture of take a picture of their license plate and their vehicle. They'll be tracked down. And these days, it's perfectly okay to film. I want to drive that home. There's a lot of people, and like when I first started showing up at house fires, like structure fires, after I saved a victim, I realized I could make a difference. Like, don't assume somebody else is taking care of it. You see smoke, even if you do hear sirens and stuff like that, you getting there really quickly and dragging somebody out or finding out some critical information and then relaying that to the first responders as they arrive, or even knowing that an alley is clogged and there's no way a fire truck can get in it, but it'd be best if they went around the back. Even you showing up and knowing that and giving them directions and saving that precious 2 minutes for the truck turning around, like that can make all the difference. Like, if they've all got it under control and such, go ahead and film. Not because you're a looky-loo or you're a rubberneck or you're going to sell this to the media or you're a bad person. And if anybody walks up to you and starts like giving you crap about it, you just say, "Sir, I am taking this footage to help them. because there's a new attitude, and fire departments love this now. They want to see their own response, and they want to see things from different angles because they're going to analyze it later and they're going to train with it later. And they're going to share it with other departments. So film and take pictures in order to share with that fire department and hand it over. And you could definitely help solve something like an arson case just by being there and filming. Make sure you turn around and film the crowd. Arsonists of a certain persuasion love to watch their handiwork and the aftermath. They oftentimes will pose as some concerned citizen in the crowd, and they have been caught that way. Because guess what? A whole bunch of videos of different fires and the same guy in the crowd. You really, really could help the situation. So don't let anybody give you any crap. Calmly explain that to them. And even if they're going to still harass you, whatever, call the police and have them restrained. Don't get in the way, and your filming is fine. It is a new era. There is a new attitude about this stuff. Just don't do what's disgusting and film gore and upload that to the internet. Or worse, sell it to the exploitive kind of tabloids. Just don't do that. Nobody will ever respect that. And that's not helping anybody. You know, if somebody's underwear fell off and they're coming out of a window, you know, be respectful and kind of tilt it down and don't film that part. Film heroism, but not the gruesome. There's always a pause button. Just pause for a second or film the ground for a second. Now, I really wish I had filmed some things I had arrived to, and it could have helped the situation, helped the investigation, helped the training. Because we don't know everything about fire. Sometimes structure fires even take people by surprise, and there's still colleges and classes and people learning about it. They're still lighting, older rundown homes on fire for practice and filming it and still studying fire behavior in structures. It's easier to do than wildland stuff. We're still finding out about how it works and how physics and this and that affects things. And so, really, it may not seem important, but it may really be super important. Two phenomenons are rarely captured in a good way on film, in a way that people could study. And those two things are backdrafts and flashovers. They're still kind of mysterious, and if you catch one, you never know what you're going to film. All these things look perfectly normal until, bam, situation's not normal. Should you capture that, you really, really could help further the education of not only a fire department in your neck of the woods, but the world. Because I see all the comments for these training videos, and they're always saying, oh, greetings from Portugal and greetings from Honduras. Thank you for sharing this video. Hey, Cad Coin Hunters, how are you? How'd you find us? It's been a pretty heavy one today. This has been a pretty heavy topic. I want to make sure I'm not ignoring like an active fire going on. New things. Border of Mexico, the Border 24 fire is 510 acres in the middle of nowhere. Nearly on the border of Mexico. Potential for about 100 acres, slow to moderate rate of spread. Now what's that? The almond fire, yeah, we already checked that one out. But it's a new era. Do submit your dash cam footage, do film, stay out of the way. Stay out of the way. And if you do have a drone in your car, walk up to somebody and offer it. Say, go ahead and use my drone. Here are the controls. Here it is. Because a lot of departments would love to use the drone while the fire is active and just don't have one. Don't launch it. Just offer it to them. You're good? What's going on? Well, I just covered the horrific mid-air collision of 2 firefighting helicopters that happened there yesterday. So I was just telling people it's okay to film fires and such now. It's been a heavy topic bag today. So you've identified the victims, but I want to know where it happened. There's all kinds of websites like airplanecrash.com type stuff. They're a bit like a shipwreck site and have pinned maps, but nothing that I could tell was recent. Didn't they say general area? And something I just read. Near Cabazon. Well, yeah, we know it's near Cabazon. I hate doing a general search like, where did fire helicopters crash? Where exactly? Yeah, this should never have happened, but look at this paywall. This one's saying 6:55 p.m. This is a lot more like it. 7:02 is what the NTSB says. But at 7:30, no. This might give us some information. Yeah. Where at? It might have been in the press conference. Maybe it was said out loud rather than. I'm kind of hideously tired right now. Let's see if they've had another video upload. No, they said there would be a morning press conference. I don't see one. This is the last video from Riverside County Fire. We could check their Twitter, but the whole copyright thing kind of sucks. Hey, Big Al, did you get my intro email? I may have found a sponsor for the channel. I'm sorry, I haven't been on my email yet. I just woke up, saw there was a mid-air collision. I've been researching this since 5 in the morning. It's really taken up too much of my day, actually. Oh, crap. I gotta get somewhere pretty quick. So I'm sorry, you just kind of showed up at the tail end of it. I'm sorry. We did go over the crash earlier, and then the last thing we just went over was the broadcastify radio transmissions. Now, I think everybody's saying the wrong timestamps. Like those who are saying it's in the 6 o'clock hour or 6 o'clock is because of this unfortunate kind of misspeaking and non-clarity. I mean, I'm not at all critical. I'm not all that clear sometimes, and I can't imagine if when somebody from my department just died, 3 people, how dang clear I would be either. But basically, he's explaining the fire happened around 6:30, not the crash. Aircraft called into the crash, and according to the FAA, crash happened at 6:02 p.m. Another media outlet said around 6:55. So around 7 o'clock yesterday was when it happened. Now, those saying 7:30 are probably confused because 7:30 is when they realize it. It takes about half an hour for people on the radio to even realize that second fire they have is because they have one of their own aircraft down. Like it was going towards the scene and they didn't notice it was missing for about half an hour, 25 minutes, somewhere between 22 minutes and half an hour. And we just listened to that to figure that out. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I really want to. I've got the most busy stuff going on right now. So we did hear a couple of chilling transmissions, like, no injuries, and then he corrects himself, in that one helicopter, but the second, and then it just silence. Doesn't need to be said. But their air attack and the other pilots and such are just having another day at the office and are kind of enjoying their jobs and just doing what they do best, completely unaware of what's happened. We just have to remember just how dangerous this is. It's the most dangerous flying in the world. We keep getting reminded of that. I'm praying for the day when they can do this all remotely. The day that firefighters can work from home, that'll be a great day. It's coming. For ground crews, true. For ground crews as well, that'll be true. And that'll be further in the future, but aircraft, it really should be piloted from the ground and on principle. Just like mining, people should not have to go underground and get trapped and risk of getting trapped down there. There's nothing you can't do underground now that a machine can't do better, that you can't control now with a joystick. But one day we'll be telling our grandchildren, people used to die in mines and people used to die firefighting. And, fighting it by the air. They manually piloted this stuff, and, the grandkids will marvel, like, I play firefighting, aerial firefighting games all the time. You mean when they played that game, they had permadeath on? Yeah, they died for real. I mean, we're talking little kids, right? And they would come to that conclusion that every kid does, that when you're playing a game where you die in a game, like a war game, that you play this game long enough, you do eventually die. There's no way to avoid it. It's just that's the way it is. And they were willing to take the risk anyway. And that's heroism. So thanks for being here, guys. Gotta start my day. It's 7:30 at night. This is why I don't sleep. Stream went 6 hours again, guys. So much for my 2-hour stream. But anyway, it doesn't happen. I'll learn to summarize one day. I'm getting closer. 6 hours today instead of 7. Right? But all 21 of you, good night. And thanks for being here. And good luck.